When the leader sits down. Right, as we're all now present, we will make a start. Item 1, apologies for absence. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Dean Hunter-Clark, Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark, Councillor Mayer, Councillor Marriott and Councillor Miss Elizabeth Ransom.
Apologies for absence. Are there any more apologies?
Apologies from Councillor Phil Dilks, please, Chair. Thank you.
Robin Hunter-Clark, Councillor Mayer,
You get that?
Marriott and Councillor
Are there any more apologies? Item 2, declarations of members' interests. Do councillors have any interests which they wish to declare? On behalf of the council, I think we've all had at least 12 emails about the motions. It is lobbying, but there is nothing actually wrong with that. But just so everybody is aware that I think everybody on the council has had them. Yes, so it'll save everybody leaping up and saying that they've had them. Okay? It is lobbying, but there is nothing actually wrong with that. But just so Item 3, minutes of the meeting of the County Council held on the 16th of September. It'll save everybody leaping up and saying that they've had them. Okay? Are these approved as a correct record? Thank you. I'll sign them later on. Meeting of the extraordinary meeting held on the 20th of October. Does everybody agree that these are a true record? A correct record. Right. I'll sign them later on. Before the Chairman's announcements, one thing I would like to say, above and beyond what is on the order of proceedings, the motion, we will take the agenda as set out in the order of proceedings. So that means that the motions will be number 13. So that will be the last item on the agenda today. So we are not changing anything around. On Chairman's announcements, number 2, I'd like to thank Rosemary for her support. Unfortunately, she can't be here today. She's not feeling 100%. We've had various engagements all over the county, and at times it's doubled or tripled up. So I'd like to thank Andrew and Lucille for standing in for us where it has been doubled up. Where it's tripled up, although I'm double-barreled, we haven't quite developed it quite that far. You will see that the Duke of Gloucester was in the county a couple of months ago, and yesterday the Princess Royal was down at Boston Stump. We were present at both of those. Also, the Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue. You will see that the Duke of Gloucester. So it has been quite a hectic time since the last meeting. On a sadder note, I have to report the death of former councillor Mrs. Pat Metcalfe, former chairman of the Education Committee. Mrs. Metcalfe represented the Lincoln Minster division from January 1984 until May 2001. I intend to represent the council at her funeral at Lincoln Crematorium at 2:30 on the 22nd of December. If anybody wishes me to represent 1984 until May 2001. I intend to represent the council at her funeral at Lincoln Crematorium at 2:30 on the 22nd of December. If anybody wishes me to represent 1984 until May 2001. I intend to represent the council at her funeral at Lincoln Crematorium at 2:30 on the 22nd of December. If anybody wishes me to represent 1984 until May 2001. I intend to represent the council at her funeral at Lincoln Crematorium at 2:30. Thank you. Are there any councillors who wish to pay tribute to Mrs. Pat Metcalfe? I have Councillor Robert Parker.
Excuse me. I think most people in Lincolnshire know that Rick Metcalfe is the leader of the City Council and has been a prominent politician, certainly for the last 30 years. His wife, Pat, though, was a very leading politician and a senior Labour politician in the 1980s and 90s and contributed hugely to the work of this council. And a note from the order of proceedings that she's referred to as the chairman of the Education Committee, that is not what Pat would have wanted at all. She was chair of the Education Committee and proud of it. I think the starting point really is about her passionate commitment to education. She was chair of the Education Committee from 1993 to 1997, and she was our spokesperson on education throughout the period that she was a councillor, that is from 1984 to 2001. That's 17 years about education. During the 4 years that Labour and the Liberal Democrats were in control of the council, she had the opportunity to deliver so many of the things that she'd been passionate about all her life. From early years education, which was the creation of 3 new nursery schools and 15 new nursery classes, through to her work as a member of the University Project Company for Lincolnshire. So she saw education from early years right through to university level. She believed passionately in education for all, combating disadvantage, particularly amongst those that do not have much of a chance in life. Special education needs was her forte, and she had long battles as the Labour spokesperson with a variety of Conservative chairmen of education, trying to put them right on issues like grant-maintained schools, fierce in debate in a different sort of setup than we have with the executive and scrutiny, but in committee, where very much a reminder almost of why we don't have call-ins, because it was adversarial and it was confrontational, and a lot of chairs of education came away battle-scarred. And that's because Pat wanted to get across the message that education has to exist for the benefit of everybody. So, of course, as you might imagine, she was against grammar school education, against, for example, Stanford endowed schools where extra money was put in, and we had a fiery ambassador for education for all. But at the same time, though, she was very amenable to discussion, and when she became the chair of the Education Committee, she worked effectively with 2 chairs of education in a way that was perhaps surprising to those who thought that she was more about opposition than about delivery. A leading light in the Association of County Councils Education Committee for 4 years, which put her onto a national stage, which she thrived on, actually being able to learn side by side with other people from different parts of the country. I mean, one of the points about her as a person was that she was combative in argument. And if you think about a number of situations, firstly, we were in a Liberal Democrat Labour coalition, which meant, of course, that you have to agree, and it's not easy, you don't always get your way. Pat was the person that was representing principle, and I was leader of the council trying to be pragmatic. Now, those two things are not always easy to bring together. But it was also in the Labour group as well where Pat was principled and I was trying to be pragmatic. So the 4 years that we had together were fiery, to say the least. But at the same time, once the decision was taken that our position, whether it was the Labour group or the Labour Liberal Democrat administration, Pat was as loyal as you could possibly be. She loved life in the sense that she drank moderately and she smoked moderately. And enjoyed those two things, not quite to excess, but sometimes on occasions almost there. But she was a fiery, enthusiastic person who made a difference in the council chamber. In other words, very simply, she was not a woman that you could ignore. I will miss her very much. It's 2001 to 2016 is 15 years since Pat was in this chamber, and it always seems sometimes, when we're talking about education, a quieter place without Pat's presence. She'll be much missed. And on behalf of, I think, the council, I'd like to be able to say to Rick how much we are thinking of you at the time, Rick, and also the two children, Paul and Rachel. And the funeral will be taking place, as you said, on next Thursday, the 22nd, at 2:30 at the crematorium. Thank you.
Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. One thing I will always recall about Pat Metcalfe was her dedication to her constituents. Many a time she would feed back issues of the day that had arisen, how she was dealing with them, and what she wanted the outcome to be. As Councillor Parker's alluded to, Pat was one of those individuals that you could have a good argument with. Neither of you would give ground, and at the end of the day, you walked away with a difference. Next time you met, you started a different argument. But that's what life was all about. She was absolutely dedicated to education, and she pursued it vigorously in any way she could. And I think there are a lot of people around today that have benefited both from the work she did and from the work of her husband within the City of Lincoln in driving forward innovative issues of the day. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Martin Hill.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I knew Pat for the last 8 years of her career here. First of all, as Rob has said, as chairman of the Education Committee and then in opposition. And as Rob has said, a member of a very prominent double act in community service for Lincoln and Lincolnshire, and I think we should all write to the leader of City Council to say, and Rob or I will do that on our behalf, to send our condolences to the leader of the city at this very difficult time. I think passionate was certainly it. She was very passionate, very principled, and although actually I didn't agree with some of the things that she said, I always quite admired her, but I have to say I don't think the admiration was forthcoming the other way. And these were the days when it was quite lively here, and she used to look across at me as if I was some little ant that really needed crushing very shortly. And I said something once, and then she went off, and I was lectured for about 5 minutes on what I'd said. It didn't meet with her approval. But she certainly was a very passionate and very, very principled person, and she put everything into the role as a councillor and as chairman of her committee. And I think that's the sort of person as a sort of exemplar of what we would expect from people who are sent to this council. So I think we shall, you know, I still remember and I still think about and chuckle to myself sometimes that some of the clashing of swords that went on in those lively days. And I'm just very sorry that she's been taken relatively early.
I have no more speakers on the list. Right, we will progress to item number 6, submission of petitions. The council has received a petition requesting that the council replace all the lights that will be switched out at night with energy efficient LED lamps so that they may be kept lit. I now ask Councillor Paul Key to speak for no longer than 5 minutes and then present the petition to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we going yet? My name is Paul Key and I'm a Gainsborough Town Councillor who, along with another Town Councillor, Keith Panther, were contacted by many disgruntled members of the public over the issue of street lighting being switched off from midnight to 6 a.m. We thought we would look into the issue. Lincolnshire County Council have been looking into street lighting costs since 2013. It was only in response to the Gainsborough Town Council that Lincolnshire County Council's officers supplied information claiming to save £1.7 million per annum over the next 10 years. A public meeting was held at which we launched a petition which we now present to you today. Reasons for petition: 1. General dissatisfaction. 2. Fear of crime. 3. Fear of accidents and attacks. 4. Lack of consultation to the public over this issue. And 5. Disbelief in the Lincolnshire County Council proposed cuts. For example, last year's budget was underspent by £41 million. Your proposal to convert 17,000 of the 68,000 streetlights to LED does not make financial sense. LED lighting cuts your electricity cost by about 70%. The sooner you convert to LED, the sooner you will make massive savings. In order to help the council to convert to LED streetlights, the government, which was a Department of Energy and Climate Change, had set up SALIX, which is a company providing no-interest loans for up to 5 years. For some unexplained reason, Lincolnshire County Council looked at this but turned it down. In order to get the benefits of cheaper electricity, it will mean not having to turn the street lights out. We request the council to expedite conversion of street lights and roadside signs in order to avoid switching off lights. We are somewhat concerned that 2 comments were made by Lincoln County Councillor Richard Davis, one in the Grantham Journal, which stated, "Anyone who chooses to use an unlit road or footpath needs to consider the possible risks and decide whether they need to take action to mitigate them." This could be construed as a call to bear arms. The second one stated, "Street lights are expensive and frankly many of them do not need to be on during the small hours of the morning. All they are doing is burning taxpayers' money." Correct, Mr. Davis, taxpayers' money from council tax that people pay to have the lights on. Summing up, it's not the public's fault that the government have made cuts to council budgets. Your job is to sort it out and cut your cloth accordingly. Having discovered that your budget was underspent last year by £41 million, if you account, and that you hold £362 million in reserves, of which over £200 million in part could be used for street lighting. The public deserves better than this, and if the County Council wants a 10-year battle with the public, so be it. Please remember, you are here to serve the public, not the other way round. That's yours, Councillors Paul Key and Keith Panther. And while I've still got a little bit of time on this, please, I gave the officer extract from the social media, which gives some of the crime in Gainsborough in the last 5 days, and quite a lot of comments from people about the streetlights being turned out. If you want to look at that, it's there anyway. But the last thing is, and this could be a serious one, this, street lighting may cost taxpayers money through insurance claims. Insurance companies already jacked up the insurance for flooding. When they go in this houses and are not lit properly, they will do the same thing. Again, it's the taxpayer that's going to suffer, and I hope you'll give this all your full attention. Thank you.
Does not allow us to respond, but I'll just invite Mr. Key to remain in the chamber for a bit, because we will be having a question, and at which time Councillor Davies will be able to respond to some of the issues he's raised, and have to say some of the incorrect issues he's raised.
The Chief Executive has determined that the petition requesting that the Council replace all lights that will be switched out at night with energy-efficient LED lamps so that they may be kept lit should be referred to the Executive Council for Highways, Transport and IT. If you would like to come up and present your petition now, Councillor Key. Right, that takes us on to number 7, statements, announcements by the leader and members of the executive. Are detailed as report reference 7 in the agenda previous circulated. Are there any additions to what's in the agenda? There seems to be silence. Okay, right. Number 8, questions to the chairman, the leader, executive councillors, chairmen of committees and subcommittees. I am anxious to allow a good spread of questions across the chamber within the time allocated. I intend to allow 45 minutes for questions. I am expecting councillors to be disciplined because of the time available. So just a minute rules apply. No repetition, grandstanding or anything else. If those who have put in questions would like to press your buttons, then when you are called you will not have to do anything. When you sit down, your lights will automatically be switched off again as well. The first question is Councillor John Hoff for Councillor Martin Hill.
Research by the King's Fund and the Nuffield Trust show that after 6 years of cuts to adult social care, 400,000 fewer people over 65 have access to council-funded social care. People on low incomes are the ones who are missing out most. Following the announcement by the Prime Minister on Wednesday that ratepayers in Lincolnshire are going to be allowed to pay more next year in order to cover a bit of the huge gap in funding, what are you going to do about the government's failure to properly fund adult social care in Lincolnshire?
The government has yesterday made the announcement about the ability for councils to increase the precept for what is commonly what they call the social care precept, but they haven't given the envelope as a whole has not been allowed to rise. So between the next 3 years, the social care precept can rise by 6%, and councils can choose to go 330 or whatever they like. Obviously, that's an issue that the executive will be discussing next week when our recommendations go out for consultation on the budget. I think it's unlikely that we would want to change our current idea, which is keep the 222 as a social care precept. I think it is right to say that it is fair to say also that the government more money has been made available to adult social care, both through the Better Care Fund, although that we get a share of that, although that is a diminishing pot, and I think we're anticipating something like £15 million next year out of the £50 million which the NHS has been given. And there are also other mechanisms. You know, they're talking about the alteration to something called the New Homes Bonus, which is a reward that government gives to councils for more building. So the government has done something, you know, towards the issue, but I think I would agree with Councillor Hoff that I think this is tinkering a bit, and I think what needs to happen, and I think was acknowledged at the House of Commons on Wednesday, that there needs to be a fundamental review of how adult social care is funded, because we are being expected to, at the time of increased demand through adult social care, at the same time find savings. So the latest announcements, the latest briefing I've had is that if you add it all up together, we were about just over 1.5 million, I can't remember the exact figure, better off than we would have been before, which is welcome, but at the same time is not going to resolve the issue. Councillor Hoff also implied that some people have no longer got free access to adult social care. That is correct, and in common with nearly every other council in the country, the threshold has risen, but we need to be clear that does not mean those in need or vulnerable are not being looked after. They are. So if they have high needs or even moderate needs, or substantial needs is the term, they are being looked after. And of course, we also have the wellbeing service to help people move forward. But I would support his view that there does need to be a better way of funding adult social care. The NHS, you know, even though we're going to debate it again, and people talk about cuts to the NHS, well, in this current period, we're talking about somewhere between 5 and 10 billion extra. And if you look at the extra money which has gone into the NHS since Tony Blair and Gordon Brown made their announcement many years ago, it's probably doubled. I don't know what the figure is. But one has to question where that money has gone to. Because, all right, there has been demand against the NHS, but at the same time, we've had to cope, and I would argue cope very well with increased demand and reduced funding. But I think the bottom line is that expecting council taxpayers to actually fund the problem of the increased problem of social care is not the right answer. A, because it's not fair on those who pay council tax as opposed to those who don't, but also we all know about the issue where some parts of the country, the yield from council tax, because in the wealthy south they have far more band Bs and Ds and Es, where the likes of Lincolnshire we have lots of band As. So that doesn't help us as much as it would. So there has been an acknowledgement, but I think it is disappointing, frankly, that we haven't resolved that. But I would reassure the council that due to good management, we are able to see through the next year at least without any difficulty beyond the reductions we've made, including, of course, to streetlights. I would hope that we'd have a question about streetlights soon, so Mr. Key doesn't have to, if he's got to get on. So could the next question be... No, could the next question please be to... No, further, please. So there's a question to Richard Davis from William.
Councillor William Webb for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, further to the petition, my question is to Councillor Richard Davis. Could Councillor Davis please give us an update on the street lighting transformation project? And secondly, could he tell us exactly what are the crime and public safety implications of switching some of our street lights off for a limited period during the night?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, William, for the question, and thank you for coming along this morning. Just to remind members, the Streetlight Transformation Project, which we announced many months ago now, is designed to save £1.7 million a year from our £5 million a year streetlight budget. It's a substantial amount of money we need to save as the overall spending savings the council needs to make. How we're going to do that, to give you the headline figures, 17,000 streetlights have been converted to LED, 38,000 streetlights, primarily residential, going part night, so between midnight and 6 AM they'll be switched off, and some 3,000 lights are being turned off permanently. To address some of the broad safety concerns, because the gentleman's absolutely right, there are rightly people concerned about this issue. No streetlights are being turned off anywhere where there is a track record of high crime or where there's a road safety issue. We work very closely in conjunction with the Road Safety Partnership, and all locations are assessed. The other thing I would say is that we're very aware of those areas identified in the local transport plan as high streets, for example, where there are commercial units and places where people need access to lighting late at night. In terms of the broader issues of safety, North Yorkshire and Worcestershire several years ago embarked upon a very similar process to what we've done here. They went part night, they turned off lights. And actually a recent report by Worcestershire County Council that looked at the after effects shown that something like 24% reduction in ASP and the nighttime economy crime had also fallen by about 30%. And that shows actually that, dare I say, and it matches if you speak to a lot of police officers, they say the same, that criminals don't like the dark any more than we do. In terms of Gainsborough, to address that specific issue, there are about 1700 streetlights in the Gainsborough area that are affected as part of the programme. To convert those that are going to part night to LED would cost about £500,000. The payback period for that investment would be approximately 29.67 years. Now, the problem with a nearly 30-year payback period is that LED lights only themselves last about 30 years, at which point there would be no saving. The current programme we have has a payback period of about 7 years, so that return on investment is far quicker. And just to answer the point about the Selex Fund, we do use the Selex Fund where it's appropriate. You know, in life there's no such thing as a free lunch, and there's certainly no such thing as free money in local government. However, we have used the money quite extensively to invest in lighting in certain locations, in solar panels, in schools and fire stations, etc. So we have made available the money where it's available. In terms of the appeals process, you know, if people feel on the County Council website, if you search for streetlights, there is an appeals process. If you feel that the streetlights shouldn't have been turned off or changed in a particular location, some members have been in touch with me about this. We have looked at areas. We haven't necessarily had the requirement to go back and make many adjustments, but we do listen where appropriate. So if you require any more information, let me know. But I will get you a full response to your petition in detail over the coming few days.
Councillor Bob Adams for Councillor Mrs Christine Talbot.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. At the meeting of the Health Scrutiny Committee for Lincolnshire on the 23rd of November, it was resolved to refer the temporary closure of the Grantham A&E unit between 6:30 and 9 o'clock to the Secretary of State for Health, as it is not in the interests of health service provision in the Grantham and surrounding areas. Would the Chairman of Health Scrutiny for Lincolnshire confirm that the referral has been sent to the Secretary of State for Health?
Mr Chairman, can I thank Councillor Adams for his question? The simple answer would be yes, but I'm sure you're all wanting me to elaborate on that simple answer. You said that to Richard and it didn't work. I haven't been here for some time, so I'm going to make the most of it. Thank you. Just to say that the meeting was rather lengthy on that particular topic. An opportunity were given not only for local members, but for one of the campaign team to speak at the meeting. The reason that we took the decision to refer to the Secretary of State was we believe that it was a substantial variation to the provision of health services in Grantham under Regulation 23 of the Local Authority Regulations. And we also were not reassured that accident and emergency services would be reinstated in February 2017. So yesterday I signed the referral, and hopefully it was sent by recorded delivery, and I'm looking up in the public gallery, to the Secretary of State for Health. Unfortunately, it has taken a long time to put the referral together because we had extensive legal advice to make sure we'd got all our buttons done up and there weren't any loopholes for them to get into. So thank you, Chairman. It has gone.
Councillor Robert Parker for Councillor Martin Hill.
Councillor Hill, there's a question that links the Lincolnshire STP and adult social care. And it's, how do you think we can have a serious discussion about the Lincolnshire Sustainability and Transformation Programme when adult social care funding is in such a mess, given the integral nature of the two funding sources?
Well, obviously, we'll be debating the STP later on in the day, and I think we just need to make the point that the STP actually hasn't been presented yet. What has been presented is a pre-STP, if you like, but I think it's right that a lot of the issues that are raised within the STP document actually will, of course, have an impact on the County Council. And I think it is also fair to say that many of the things in the STP document will probably be positive for the County Council and indeed for the people of Lincolnshire. But we should also remember that there are certain things in there which are definitely not good news for the people of Lincolnshire. So I think in the round we do need to make sure that we actually look at this not only as the impact of the County Council but also for the residents of all parts of our county.
Councillor Mrs Victoria Rayling for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very concerned that the Council is selling off our capital assets to raise cash for revenue budgets. There seems to be a growing culture of what can we flog off next. Is this not short-termism with an eye to the local elections next May, to hide the reality of the poor settlement granted to Lincolnshire by our Tory colleagues in Westminster, which could mean more cuts in frontline services? What are you planning to sell off next to cover the budget shortfall?
The simple answer is we are not selling off assets to prop up the revenue budget. We are selling off assets to actually support the capital programme, which is all about future assets. And I'm very surprised at Councillor Ayling suggesting that we should hang on to buildings or assets which we no longer need just for the sake of it. And there has been substantial savings, millions of pounds of savings, due to getting rid of those buildings that we no longer need. And for example, because we've got probably getting on for 2,000 less staff than we used to have, well, obviously those staff were in buildings, for example, and that building has now been released or sold, and we can do that. So we still, despite our financial difficulties, have a substantial capital programme, a building programme of over £100 million. So everything which is sold, which is no longer needed, that goes to actually providing new assets in time. It's all about being a modern organisation moving with the times instead of looking back at the past forever, which I'm afraid sometimes your party has been guilty of.
Councillor Robin Renshaw for Councillor Richard Davis.
I have reported to the Highways an extraordinary high number compared to previous years of day burning of the new LED lanterns on network roads, which were transformed as part of the street lighting transformation project. And it looks like, as Richard said, their lifespan is about 7 weeks and not 7 years. Will he engage with the contractors and suppliers to obtain cash back due to goods not being fit for purpose in the form of LED upgrades on the next batch of scheduled improvements in street lighting?
Thank you for the question. Just to answer, where equipment fails under warranty, suppliers pay out for it. And it's also worth mentioning that day burning lights, while obviously an impact on the environment, doesn't cost us any more because we pay per the Solex arrangement. We don't pay for when the lights are switched on.
Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The Local Government Association and others have worked solidly to try to get improvements in the council funding. Yet, this Conservative government appears to have helped the wealthier areas in the south, leaving us to raise taxes so that people pay more and get less. Is this not just passing the buck and leaving us shortchanged?
I think I would agree with the sentiment of that. It is, as we've discussed, as I've answered questions about this before, there is an issue about the funding of adult social care, which, as I've previously answered, is the government has now acknowledged the issue. Probably last year it acknowledged the issue. What is yet to happen is for a sustainable solution over many years. And I think I do not, and like the previous two speakers on this issue, I do not think expecting council taxpayers to to somehow step up to the plate is a correct or adequate solution. And as Councillor Mrs Overton has just said, it does mean that that wealthier areas will actually be able to, with the council tax rise, raise more money, whereas the likes of Lincolnshire will be able to raise less. And members remember last year there was a bit of a hoo-ha when the budget was announced then, and then there was money was then taken away from shire counties to actually compensate the areas which had a lower council tax base, as the technical term is. So I do agree with her on that. And why should residents in Lincolnshire, for example, pay more council tax to get less services than, say, residents in Manchester, residents in central London, who A, pay less council tax, but B, get more government grant as well? I think in part of this picture you've also look at the funding as well, the fair funding, and again we get a double hit in Lincolnshire. We don't have the large council tax base, high council tax base. At the same time, we have one of the lowest funding settlements in the country. All this adds up to a fundamental review of how local government and local government services should be reviewed, not just adult social care. And I think the current situation cannot carry on much longer. And I regret very much the government did this. But actually, to be fair, the LGA, there were elements within the LGA who were suggesting this solution, which is the wrong solution, I believe.
I'm aware that we're over a third of the way through, and we've still got 16 questions to go. So, Councillor Hugo Marfleet for Councillor Redshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to you, Reg, is speaking with residents, there's still quite a few issues about the understanding of what goes in the recycling bin. And you know, from people actually bagging up their recycling into plastic bags to put it nicely in the recycling bin. The other point is, I was coming back the other day across the Wolds, and I got behind one of the refuge lorries, and the litter that came out the back as it was travelling along doing 50 down the road, you know, and I don't see people throwing litter out across the Wolds, so it's perhaps a reason why there is so much litter at times. Could you please sort of give an account of how we can recycle better and what we can do about the litter coming out the back of refuge lorries? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Hugo. Yeah, two questions there. I'll answer them one at a time. The first point is the litter coming out of the back of lorries. I think you'll find that most of those are the district council lorries, because they're the ones that are not sheeted, whereas ours, from the waste transfer stations, are always sheeted down before they go, so the actual effort can't fall out to the back of those. But what I will do with the first item is, at the next Lincolnshire Waste Partnership, I will actually alert the partnership, the districts, to that as an issue and see what they can do about that. Secondly, you talked about this, the problem of what we put in our recycling bins, and it's a very confusing issue. It really is, and it's a problem that has been recognised across the country. I favour a thing called 6 mix, where we just take the things that are worth something and put them into the recycling bin. But we are discussing this at the Lincolnshire Waste Partnership, and for the first time ever, the districts have actually agreed that we will find a standard that we can then adhere to across Lincolnshire, so that anything then that is discussed, that we put out as publicity, can be the same in every area, which is a major move forward. And although all the bins are different colours in each area as well, and the stuff that goes in those recycling bins can be different, they will be standardised. And secondly, we may even move towards keeping the different coloured bins, but actually writing on them recycle and general waste, so that, you know, it doesn't matter what colour they are, we can put the message out clearly to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jeff Ellis for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. A recently published report highlighted that 4 of the UK's 25 least-used railway stations are in Lincolnshire. I believe this is not simply because people don't want to use trains, but rather because of the poor passenger service provided by the various rail companies, poor timings, bad connections and a token service, i.e. Saturdays only, being the chief reasons. Would the portfolio holder not agree with me this situation not only affects Lincolnshire people wishing to make train journeys, but also has a detrimental effect on tourism, business travel and the economy of the county in general. Could the portfolio therefore agree to speak to the new passenger rail operators that take over shortly to assess what, if any, improvements can be made to this to make greater use of the limited rail network that we do have in the county? Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely, I do agree with you. The impact is vast. I think over on the East Coast we have stations that barely have a handful of people a day. I think we have a bit of a template for where things can be improved, and I know you've seen it firsthand at North Hykeham, where we're now getting about 70,000 passenger units a year, which is up at about 15% from where it was. And that's largely in response to a lot of the work that's been done with LN6 that's encouraged to get more people onto the train, which benefits for everybody, doesn't it? It's less cars, it's more better for the environment, and it helps people move around. And of course, public transport, as we know, is a use it or lose its service. However, while 70-odd thousand a year is good, it's still some way from, I think, the 100 million that go through Waterloo every year. But it's certainly something to aim for.
Councillor Steve Palmer for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I did have a question for Martin Hill, but Councillor Hoff asked it. But if with your... yes, you did. Exactly what I had. I think you've been looking. Could I ask this question to Richard Davis instead, please, then? Because I have a backup question. Is that okay? Go on, it's Christmas. Thank you. Very quick? Be very quick. No, it's very quick. Okay. Councillor Davis, you've just told us about the lights. Can you tell me what's happening with new developments right across the county? Because obviously new developments are going in, and in East Lindsey they're going in really rapidly because they're trying to avoid the local plan, which will be stopping a lot of developments. Can you tell me what the policy will be on the lights on new housing estates? And could I just say, nice to see Councillor Christine Talbot in the chamber and speaking so well. Thank you.
Can I echo those sentiments? It's fantastic to see Christine Talbot in the chamber looking so well. Very, very quickly, absolutely. Actually, what we're now doing with our existing lighting stock is something that we've been making developers do already in terms of part lighting and LEDs. And while you're absolutely right, some developers are seeking to kind of circumvent the local plan process, our lighting team that sign off under, I think, a Section 38 agreement as part of these type of processes have been asking and demanding these kind of improvements for some time already.
Councillor Mrs Jane Smith for Councillor Martin Hill.
I'm afraid we all seem to be thinking on the same lines this morning. My question was the same as Councillor Hoff's, so I won't ask another question because Councillor Hill's already answered. Thank you.
Councillor Kev Clark for Councillor Nick Worth.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Worth, the function of a firefighter has grown lately, as we all know, with them taking people to hospital. Now there's a proposal for them to drive gritters. Can the executive give a full guarantee that any added functions will not reduce their contractual duties of the firefighters?
Thank you for that, Councillor Clark, and happy Christmas to you as well. Yeah, I can say the bit about firefighters driving gritters, it is a voluntary thing if that's something they want to do. It won't have any effect on their abilities and the call-outs of firefighters across the county. There will be no issues regarding call-outs as a result of that. I hope that satisfies your answer.
Councillor Mrs Christine Talbot for Councillor Redshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. At a recent parish council meeting in Bracebridge Heath, I was informed by a constituent that he'd heard that the recycled waste is being taken out of the county for disposal and not burnt at the energy from waste facility at North Hykeham. I informed the constituent that I would ask the question and get back to him. So could I have an answer, please?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Talbot. There's a bit of confusion in the question, actually, because any recycling waste doesn't go to the energy from waste plant anyway. It's only the residual waste that goes to the waste plant, the energy from waste plant. Of course, at one time in the past, it did go around the country. It went up to Yorkshire, went down south, the recycling, that is. But now the recycling all goes to mid-UK and Grantham. So everything's centralised, transport is a minimum, and that's the way we do it. We don't send it around the country.
Councillor Chris Payne for Councillor Mrs Sue Woolley.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask Councillor Woolley to give me the full support, and also fellow councillors present today, to ensure that Wainfleet Surgery reopens as soon as possible. The main issue is Wainfleet's got a lot of elderly residents that aren't very mobile, and I do fear for their health and safety, and also possible deaths if we don't get the doctor's provision there reopened as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Payne. I can assure you that, of course, we fully support the earliest opportunity that Wainfleet Surgery can open. It isn't as simple as just getting more GPs and opening it up or making it an outreach service. And I think this is something that we will probably elaborate on later when we have our discussion around the STP. It might be all very well to turn around and say that, okay, there is capacity in the surrounding area, and numbers-wise, that might be all well and good. But I think the bit that sometimes our colleagues miss, or if you're working to a prescribed plan, is the fact that Lincolnshire is a big county. It is sparsely populated, and not everybody can jump on a bus or jump in the car and get to the alternative. So I do hope, and I do understand your concerns. I hope it opens as soon as possible. I do know and can reassure you that NHS colleagues in that CCG are working as hard as possible to find an alternative that's appropriate for Wainfleet.
Councillor Rosie Kirk for Councillor Mrs Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Councillor Patricia Bradwell, could Councillor Patricia Bradwell please give details of how the social care precept that was received this financial year has been allocated? I'd like this in detail, please. Thanks.
Well, I know I've got a good brain, but I haven't got one so detailed, so we'll have to give you a written response on that. And I would have thought you would have known, seeing as you're Vice Chairman of Adult Scrutiny, because the whole of our accounting for adult care is given at Adult Scrutiny. Well, you've asked about details of the precept that's allocated to adult care. It's all handed out, and it's all in the budget that you give. So we'll give you a written response.
Councillor Danny McAnally for Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there any chance you can give an update to the Council if Brexit has affected any vital investment in the county, and is the delay affecting any investment at all?
Thanks very much for that, Councillor McNally. I just think in terms of the Brexit situation going forward, I'll answer that question in a bit more detail in a second. Going forward, I think we now need to get on with the job of the Brexit negotiations. That's a job for government, quite clearly. There is too much in the media which creates the uncertainty. So as far as I'm concerned, we need a clean Brexit a decision, and we need that as soon as possible so businesses can shape their future planning. In terms of have businesses been affected in Lincolnshire, there have been one or two newspaper reports. There is nothing that I can see or I have heard or have evidence for that shows that Brexit has had any negative effects on Lincolnshire. In fact, the economy is now performing a lot better than any of the forecasters predicted before Brexit back in May and early June. And I think we should be glad for that. And it is great to hear every day about the successes of Lincolnshire businesses, not just nationally but internationally. And I look forward to that continuing in 2017.
Councillor Alison Austin for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think Councillor Davis can be relieved I don't want to volunteer to drive a gritter lorry. Councillor Davis, seriously, a pilot scheme involving a camera car is scheduled to be launched in January 2017. This is to visit the schools, the streets around a number of schools in the county, including 2 in Boston. Please will Councillor Davis confirm that this is due to go ahead as planned, whether it will be authorised to issue penalty notices, and what the ultimate aim of the pilot will be. In my ward, there is a resurrection of concern of local residents by failure to enforce the existing measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. And may I say welcome to the dark side. Absolutely. The pilot scheme is due to start at the beginning of next year. The overarching aim is to address the crazy parking we see around schools, both urban and rural, at pick-up and drop-off. You will, and many of councillors, and I've stood with a number of people in this chamber at various schools and seen what can only be described as car abandonment and incredibly dangerous behaviour from Lincoln with Councillor Clark, across to Boston with yourself, and others. And really, the problem we have is with a limited number of enforcement officers, ideally, we'd want a traffic warden outside every school at pick-up and drop-off to stop some of the dangerous behaviours we see. However, that's financially very difficult to do. We try and spot check where we can. Thankfully, there is scope within the legislation to use mobile CCTV to drive round hotspots, and as a result, well, that's what we're going to be trialling. Just to confirm, the schools we're going to be trialling starting next year are William Alvey Primary in Sleaford, St Thomas in Boston, Boston West Academy in Boston, the National Junior School in Grantham, Francis Hill in Lincoln, Priory Witham Academy in Lincoln, the Leslie Manser School in Lincoln, and also the Kingsdown Nursery School in Lincoln. Now, that's not going to be the limit of the scheme. What we really want to do is run it for a number of months, see what the outcome is, and see if we can address and influence driver behaviour, I guess, in the pilots is what we're trying to do. If it does work, we'll then roll it out onto more schools, and I'm sure every member in the chamber could think of at least 1 or 2 locations where they'd like to see a bit more enforcement outside their area, outside their schools. I won't apologise for issuing tickets, particularly to people who drive and park dangerously near schools. I think it's absolutely something we should do, and if people are prepared to risk the safety of our children, then they should not be surprised when the full weight of the law hits them on the back of the head.
Sarah Dodds for Councillor Mrs Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Chairman. In the light of the Ofsted report into Monkstock Tennyson School in Louth, does Councillor Bradwell share my concerns about the appointment of a multi-academy trust as sponsor, which has an effective previous track record of school improvement for a school in such a vulnerable position? If she does share these concerns, what can she do about them to make our views known? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Yes, I was really shocked that Monkstock had an inspection so quickly after starting back after the summer term. We'd just got an interim head into that school who he'd only been there for a short while, but I think he could have made a difference. The school has struggled with having a head teacher who was off sick for so long. So, you know, I think it is sad. It's sad when any school goes into an inadequate category. So, you know, I do understand how you feel and actually how the residents in Louth feel as well. As you know, though, the local authority, once the school goes into being an inadequate school, then the Regional Schools Commissioner takes over. And I know that Debbie Barnes and Heather, who work on the education side of Children's Services, have been, work constantly with the Regional Schools Commissioner. But at the end of the day, we don't have a lot of influence over what MAT takes over or what school takes over and sponsors an inadequate school. I mean, obviously, at times we have said that we would prefer this sponsor, and, you know, our views aren't often taken into account. I think, I know you've expressed concerns about actually the Academy Trust who's been given the sponsorship of this school, but I don't feel that, you know, the Regional Schools Commissioner would listen to us. I think, you know, it's still ongoing, and I think there's a lot of work that's going to occur with those schools in the next few months, and we have to see how things go. But as I say, the Regional Schools Commissioner is key, and obviously, though, I'll say this publicly because I've said it in letters to her, I am very disappointed on how she actually converses with politicians, and that politicians find it very difficult to actually have face-to-face meetings with her. She's fine meeting with officers, but she doesn't like us. I think she must think we're a little beast because, you know, I know in the East Midlands, East Midlands lead members have tried to get meetings with her and we've not been able to. So, as I say, we will do all we can, but I'm afraid I think we are where we are and we have to try and make things work in Louth for Louth children.
Councillor Mrs Helen Powell for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. It's a question of balance. It is to do with the infrastructure but also services and development. I realise many people are concerned about the health issues in Lincolnshire at the moment, but together with the volume of the traffic on the roads, I'm concerned about the gridlocking beginning to happen in our small town centres throughout the year, which could be harmful to our local economy, very worrying for residents, and to what effect this will be when hundreds and thousands more homes are built into an area where services and infrastructures are under such pressures to cope with the extra intensive growth. What monitoring of the master plan is being done regarding this, and where can members of the public and councillors actually access this information, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Powell. I mean, really what you're talking about is the local plan process, whereby local authorities, led by local planning authorities, devise a strategy for their each area about what's sustainable. Yeah, and as local planning authorities will have control and authority to grant and devise the plan. That's why it's called a local plan. As part of all local plans, be it East Lindsey's or your own in South Kesteven or the Central Lincolnshire plan, there is an infrastructure plan, and that is developed and paid for as part of the development. And you're right, we hit this real kind of conflict, don't we, between wanting to see growth and wanting to see the county to develop, but at the same time needing the infrastructure to go with it. Now, there are a few things as certain as death and taxes, but I think traffic congestion getting worse is certainly one of them. Year on year, we're seeing about a 10% increase in traffic volumes. There was a small dip during the downturn in the economy, but traffic is only going to increase. Now, how we monitor that is we do, for example, as we're doing in Lincoln at the moment, and we've done previously in Boston in terms of the modelling work we do, where we do surveys. All of this information is published online. However, the knock-on effects with the planning process and how that eventually tails out is really down to the local planning authorities, because we, unfortunately, as much as I would love to tell various district councils what to do, unfortunately, I'm unable to do that despite my constant requests. But it's really for following through the structure plan moving forward that's going to be key. And I think it's why at this early stage, and I know Councillor Davey leads on this for us as an authority, takes a very close look at these plans when they come forward. Because you're absolutely right. Unless the plan is right now, in 10 years' time, the situation is going to be much worse. However, it is important to say that traffic will continue to increase. And I'm afraid, for anybody who's perhaps been driving, and I suspect in this room there are people who have been driving for longer than I have, will have undoubtedly seen that even in the sleepy backwaters of Lincolnshire.
Councillor Charmaine Morgan for Councillor Sue Woolley.
Thank you. The Citizens Advice Bureau play a widely recognised vital role, especially supporting the most vulnerable in our communities. Their annual report indicates for 2016 that the majority of the issues they handled related to rising benefit claims, debt and those renting accommodation. Giving the indications that their workload is increasing in the current climate, what commitment is LCC making to the future support of the CABs across our county? And can we confirm that LCC support will be adequate to meet any rising demand next year and in the foreseeable future? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Morgan. I'm delighted to say that Lincolnshire County Council place a great deal of importance on helping our residents through various voluntary organisation, and the CAB is no exception to that. For many years, the County Council, along with district councils and others, have put in funding to the CAB. And of course, there was great concern with all the budget constraints that we've had as to whether that funding could continue. However, I'm pleased to say that because we believe it's so important, that funding, I can tell you, will continue for another 2 years when the funding issue runs out. I think it's in March of this next year. So for a further 2 years, there will be funding at the same rate that has been in progress before. Now, you ask if that's adequate, and that's a bit like, well, if I'm honest, I don't know. But what I can tell you is we are doing our bit, and hopefully if everybody else does their bit, with the CAB being a recognised source of information and help, then hopefully it will be adequate for those residents who end up having to use the service.
Councillor Chris Brewis for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. And when we talk about, just as a very quick aside, Shippey Hill Station in Norfolk has 11 passengers a year. But could I ask Martin, if I can, first of all, if he'd like to tell us about the changes in the political balance of the council and give us his first initial reaction to the, whilst we're grateful for what David Forbes sent us, to the settlement which has been announced. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Obviously, the settlement is as expected, apart from this change, which actually doesn't affect us to any degree in the short term, because we have made adequate plans. Yes, I should have announced in an announcement there have been some changes to political groupings, quite three actually. In fact, Councillor Anne Reynolds, who was the UKIP member for Mablethorpe, unfortunately has had to resign due to health reasons. So we wish her well. She's got a bad back, I believe. So sorry that she's had to do that, but we wish her well for the future. Councillor Robert Folkes, who has left the UKIP group and has now joined the Conservative group, and will be therefore part of the Lincolnshire Administration Group. And Councillor Alison Austin has left the Lincolnshire Independence Group and joined the non-aligned Independent Group, so she also will in future be part of the Lincolnshire Administration Group.
And finally, Councillor Nev Jackson for Councillor Mrs Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bradwell, it's been highlighted recently that there's a significant increase in the number of people employed within schools suffering from diseases resulting from contact with asbestos. Mesothelioma has no cure. Can I ask what we are doing in Lincolnshire to highlight to staff and indeed pupils the risk of asbestos contamination, and what we are going to do over a period of time to remove the substance from all our educational establishments, which is the case in some countries who have already started on this progressive thing. It is wrong that we are getting people in very early ages dying because they have reached contamination simply by putting notices on notice boards or by having issues where ceiling tiles have been damaged quite innocently in the course of the day. We do need to take very stringent and positive action. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Well, I do believe some of our school buildings are some of the best school buildings across the country. If you go into other schools in different areas, they aren't as as good as some of the buildings we have. But with asbestos, I understood, and I'm not an expert, that it's only when you start to move asbestos or take a roof off where there's asbestos that you can get asbestosis. You're shaking your head? Well,
simple things like the maps that we used on Bunsen burners, notice boards where you're putting pins in, doors slamming against articles where up above you've got asbestos materials.
But we do, and our maintained schools have regular inspections of properties. Schools also, I'm a school governor, we have our health and safety officer, and three times a year we go round checking schools, and if there was anything like that, we would expect schools then to relate it to our property department. But as I say, obviously staff, children in our school buildings obviously do need to be looked after, and we do have a responsibility, but also head teachers and governors still have a responsibility to actually report to our property services if they feel there's some risk with asbestos. So that's what I would expect to do. I've not become aware from the briefings I have with property regarding school buildings that we've had any great issues in Lincolnshire of late. So, but I do think we all need to work together on this.
Thank you, and that concludes the questions. So we now move on to item number 9, review of scrutiny. Councillor Robert Parker.
Can I begin by thanking the number of people that have been involved in the production of this report? 38 pages, and it's taken quite a period of time, in fact a year, since the first indication that we needed to look at scrutiny came as a result of Dr. Stuart Young's report. But the scrutiny review group, chaired by myself, and the vice chair was Councillor Marianne Overton, and the working group members are set out on page 72, and I thank all of them. I also thank the Democratic Services team and also Richard Wills, executive members who took part and helped us, Councillor Young, Councillor Redshaw and Martin Hill. So we've got a report that I hope we as a council can own. I hope you've had the chance to have a look at it, because for the vast majority of members of this council, scrutiny work is what we do. Okay, yes, there's an executive, and yes, there's a chairman and a vice chairman of the council, but for most of us, the bread and butter work of this council is in scrutiny. Okay, so it matters to us. I want to say that the theme of this report is about scrutiny matters. We divided it up into 3 particular areas, trying to get an effective working relationship between the executive and scrutiny, and I think that can best be demonstrated through the protocol. We wanted to change, in a sense, the culture of the council so that it's open, it's honest, it's as adversarial as it needs to be, but no more adversarial than it needs to be. Adversarial in the sense of people challenging and combating arguments, but it's not about being party political, whether it's the executive accepting their role as deliverers of what they stood for on the manifesto, but essentially we're trying to say that yes, there are particular things that the executive are charged with doing democratically, and there's a role for scrutiny in holding them to account. So we wanted to make sure there was a healthy culture, and then we wanted to look afresh at the structure of the scrutiny arrangements. Got a number of scrutiny committees. We're going down in size in terms of our membership as a council from 77 to 70. So we wanted something that was perhaps more fit for purpose, that allowed more detailed scrutiny to take place on strategic aims. So they're the 3 big areas that we tried to cover. The point I wanted to make about scrutiny matters is quite simply that we think, and I think there's a lot of research from the Centre for Public Scrutiny, that suggests that where scrutiny is done effectively, that better decision-making takes place. Better decision-making by the executive, because it's not just one set of eyes together with officers working on something, it's the councillors using their experience to help through the scrutiny process, and in particular when scrutiny is done early. Scrutiny done at the last minute is not effective because essentially there isn't the time to consider and there isn't the time for the executive to reflect before it takes a decision. So pre-decision scrutiny ought to be timed so that there is sufficient time for response between the scrutiny committee meeting and the decision maker being charged with taking a decision. Scrutiny also matters because once we've taken a decision, whether it's in council or through the executive, then we're about monitoring performance. And that monitoring performance should be done by scrutiny with the aim of bringing to the attention of decision makers how the performance has taken place of what they thought would happen. We said we would allocate this money to the a particular budget area. Has it been effective in meeting what the aims and objectives were in the first place? And should we reflect on that particular allocation of resources, whether the resources are financial or people? I think that I don't want to say anything much in relation to the detailed part of it. There's 38 pages, as I mentioned, because I do think there's an opportunity for us as councillors to make comments, because there's been a small working group and it's now open to the wider council. But I just want to conclude by setting out some thoughts that were captured about what we were trying to do within the idea of scrutiny matters. One of them is that we should set priorities for the work to be done in the coming year, usually each March, and that task should be left to all should be in the hands of all councillors to be able to think strategically, what should we be looking at? The budget has been allocated, the spending plans decisions have been made in February and in March. We should be looking ahead to say, what do we want to look at? How can we scan the horizon to say, what things do we expect maybe to be a problem? How should we allocate the resources that we've got? We should acknowledge that the individual councillors here have got often seriously good experiences of the work that we do, whether gained from within the council or outside of it, and that we think there should be an opportunity for special interest to be developed by individual members to help with effective scrutiny. And thirdly, we should think that scrutiny committees should monitor their own effectiveness. So at the end of each year, they should, as part of their annual report, back to contribute towards the Overview and Scrutiny Management report back to the Council. We think that each Scrutiny Committee should say, what did it set out to do, how well has it done it, and what can be done better, and what should we do next year. So in a sense, the scrutiny should be a process of self-reflection as much as the actual work. I commend this report to the Council. I think that the work that we've done has at least provided a serious framework for new scrutiny arrangements which will come into place, we hope, if these recommendations are accepted, as from the beginning of the new council year. And as I said, I commend this report on behalf of the Scrutiny Review Group.
Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I have Thank you. We're fine again. I have pleasure in seconding this proposal. The working group, the committee that's been cross-party, looking very closely at what we're doing in scrutiny, I think has been quite a model in itself of scrutiny. And I think it was because we took time, we were doing things well in advance of the decision, we were looking very carefully at the facts, and thinking of all the different ways in which we might be able to put recommendations to improve the work that we do for our residents. Some of the things I just want to highlight, because clearly it's been very well outlined. One is that we did actually do visits to other councils who were award-winning for their scrutiny work. So we were very pleased to visit Boston and indeed Lincoln, who'd won awards for their scrutiny, perhaps partly because of the careful choice of topics, prioritising what's really important to their residents and where they could really make a difference. And I think also about taking time over the issues, so that one of them in particular was over a year, getting on for 2 years, and actually, although that seems a long time, many of the improvements come along the way. is not necessarily waiting for the recommendations at the end, and indeed the outcome has very significant improvements for the residents. The other thing I think we noticed, and I would like to say thank you and congratulations to the members of this council and also of the executive, we did look at the relationships between the members and the executive, and in raising the issues and thinking about how we were all trying to actually improve life for our residents, I think we came to recognise skills and benefits in each other's work, which has actually already, I believe, started to improve the culture of this council's work. So thank you for that. I think the other points, and I'll just pick out another issue, is about the cross-party working being very significant, and a recognition and a respect for the skills that people bring to this council and their connections with their residents that they bring, so that we understand the issues well and are able to make the best suggestions. So thank you for the work done, and I look forward to a very successful scrutiny in future. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Victoria Ayling.
Thank you, Chairman. I generally agree with this report, but I'm concerned that scrutiny is still tied up in too many layers and is still too complicated. However, I do commend particularly in keeping flood and drainage as a distinct committee, with the ongoing problems encountered with flooding and flood risk in the county, and with budgets for preventing the problem slashed to the bone due to the inadequate government settlement for Lincolnshire. It is important that the situation is monitored closely. Thank you.
Councillor Sarah Dodds.
It's down in London by the Centre for Public Scrutiny, entitled Scrutiny and the Truth. And I think there were some really interesting comments and observations made there that are really relevant to this report, because in fact I could see a lot of the content from that conference reflected in the document that we've got before us today. We were particularly interested in how to scrutinise complex partnerships, and I'm not talking about my marriage there, we're talking about something different there. But in terms of devolution, there was a raw feeling from the floor of the chamber, from the conference, that where devolution deals had been rejected and where they'd failed because of discussions held in secret, because of lack of transparency and because of lack of scrutiny. And I thought that was really interesting, and there was a real challenge to civil servants in Whitehall about why there isn't more openness in those discussions and in those debates. They also highlighted the STPs, and the feeling amongst the delegates and from in fact the speakers on the day was that there was a worrying process, not only of the conclusions that these STPs had come from, but also about even the aims of the STPs and what it was we were really actually trying to achieve, and a lack of scrutiny of the processes. And so it was really difficult to be sure and to feel confidence in those reports as documents. I was able to share some models which I think we do really proactively and really do well. I think our model of scrutinising the children's and the adult safeguarding boards through the scrutiny subgroups, when I was in discussion with delegates, it's a model that doesn't happen elsewhere, and it was one that they felt really positive about, and they were willing to go back with and explore themselves. But I think what we've got to recognise is that within all of the organisations within the public sector, the scrutiny skills and the ability to scrutinise really does rest with local government and with us as members. We are upheld within the sector as being good scrutineers, and they want and they need to learn from us. So there's a really important role for us, not just to making sure that our council runs as effectively and as well as it can be, but that we can actually share best practice amongst our partners, because we are going to be working more hand in hand with them. And it's really important that our scrutiny is held up not just being as good practice for ourselves, but as role models for them. And I certainly see that this report is being a really proactive way forward in helping achieve that.
Councillor Mrs Christine Talbot.
Thank you, Chairman. I suspect everybody's not realised that I'm back yet, but you will in a minute. Can I just say I'm very supportive of the review of scrutiny, as I've always believed scrutiny is terribly, terribly important. And so I would like to thank the Scrutiny Review Group for the extremely hard work they've done in arriving at the decisions that they have arrived at. I was part of Dr Young's, as many of us were, initial review and spoke quite loudly about how relationships should improve between the executive and the scrutiny committees. However, the thing I would like to support most this morning in supporting the whole review and the recommendations is recommendation N on page 80, which is the special interest roles. It's always very difficult, since I've had the honour and the privilege to be the chairman of Health Scrutiny since 2009, and I'm fortunate that I'm re-elected every year by members of that committee. Early on in my tenure, and she no longer is a councillor here, but she's a councillor now in Southend Borough Councillor, the former councillor for this district of West Lindsey, Meg Davidson, was the vice chairman of Health Scrutiny, but she was also the lady, the councillor, that took a special interest in mental health. And I would like to think that somebody on the Health Scrutiny Committee, when the new plans come into play, would actually take on that role, because it's terribly important that we raise the profile of mental health. And it's something that's so involved and so detailed that unless you have one individual doing it, you're never ever going to understand dementia, Alzheimer's, the 54 neurological problems that people can suffer from. And it wasn't till I read some papers some time ago that I realised all the things that were involved in mental health. So I welcome the special interest role. I look forward to maybe somebody coming forward to take that role on in Health Scrutiny, and I wholeheartedly support this paper.
Councillor John Hoff.
Well, first of all, I have declared interest as a chair of a scrutiny committee, and also I've been a vice chair. And I'm interested in particular around changing the culture, because I think that is pretty crucial if we are to be successful in the future. There's much talk in the paper about being non-political and non-controversial and non-combative and all that kind of thing. Unfortunately, we're a political organisation, and it somehow doesn't always happen, particularly still in scrutiny committees. Now, they were sort of half-modelled on the select committees in the House of Commons, and there somehow MPs, not always, but on the whole, are able to put behind them the fact that their allegiance to the Tories or the Labour Party or the SNP or whatever, and come together and make reports jointly. It's a bit more difficult in the scrutiny committees, in my experience, on this council to date. What we have had in the formal scrutiny committees, too often we've had a situation where members of all parties, I'm not excluding my own, ignoring my own, vote on party lines when it comes to a particular proposal that comes forward to that committee. Where it is less so is when we have had working groups. And I have found over the years that the working groups have been much more above the political fray, and that people have actually looked at the issues in a real detail, regardless of their political affiliations, and have come forward and joined together to come forward with a report that, in my experience, is nearly always unanimous, and has then gone to the executive, and the executive on the whole, and in the past, has supported those recommendations that have come out of that. And I think, although I obviously haven't been on the working group, that the new proposal to have scrutiny panels will actually replicate that, rather than become very formal committee meetings, if you like, which I think we're still struggling. I mean, hopefully it will change, but I know in a political organisation it can be difficult to change. So I hope these scrutiny panels will actually work in a more informal way. And not, it talks about having public meetings of scrutiny panels. When you're looking at in detail into a particular issue, you do need to actually get out there, go and visit people. You can't hold everything in public. So that is just a concern. But I welcome the report as a whole. I think the culture has to change. We have to get over the issue of the executive being suspicious of scrutiny and thinking that really all the scrutiny is about is the political issues. I don't think it is. When it's successful, it's actually coming forward with cross-party recommendations, which in my experience in the past, the executive have agreed to.
Thank you, Councillor Hoff. Perhaps you might like to go and have a look at health scrutiny sometime to see how that operates. And that operates where occasionally. But they always say it takes two to tango, it takes two to argue. Right. Councillor Mrs. Jackie Brockway.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I'd like to say, obviously the same with everybody else, that I'm going to support this paper very strongly, but I'd also like to pay tribute to Nigel West for the very, very high quality of the work here. This is a very high quality paper, and I'd like to say thank you for that. I think it's important for members to realise that when we went into this working group, it certainly wasn't a cosy situation with everybody down together. There were challenges to, we also had to get through the idea, are you doing this for political reasons? Are you doing that? But what happened was we had an extensive and high quality debate, and I would like to pay tribute to everybody who facilitated that. I do feel that we are moving very much in the right direction. For instance, in value for money, the chairman facilitates very free cross-party discussion, and I never feel there that we're voting on party lines. So we are getting there slowly. One of the important things we have to do, I think, is to release any feeling of defensiveness. It's very easy to feel that you've got to jump to the defence of your lot, as it were, and sometimes perhaps we have to release that. I think, perhaps question this idea of the executive being suspicious of scrutiny, because that has never been my experience. And I certainly do particularly go to the leader with some very challenging comments, and he has always welcomed them and has always welcomed comments that he's received from other people as well. And that may be something to look at to see why some people feel that. But I think this is a very successful piece of work. It's absolutely going in the right direction, and thank you very much to everybody who took part.
I have no further speakers, so Councillor Parker, would you like to sum up?
Yep.
And it should exist. Sorry, there's drainage and scrutiny committee, and it should exist on its own. I thought that you would prompt Councillor Lewis Strange actually to come in on that, but we didn't. So it was discussed, and we felt as though, on balance, the idea of having it attached to the economy and environment was a way forward, so that there was a relationship between the two. That's our conclusion, but Lewis took a different position, and the council is now being asked to agree with the paper as written. Councillor Dobbs talked about the Centre for Local Government Scrutiny, Centre for Public Scrutiny, and the context of the big issues. Now, those are the issues around devolution, for example, are something that may well fit into the scrutiny model of looking at things over a big time frame, because it does seem as though we have to recognise that local government is complex, and I don't know to what extent we could use, for example, the STP in that big broad sense, the adult social care and health as an issue to be looked at in some detail over quite some period of time. Because we are about the here and now very often, but with a 4-year settlement in finance, it may well be that we can take some of the bigger issues and address them over a long period of time. And I think that we could use the Centre for Public Scrutiny history to see whether other authorities have done that as well. I'm pleased that Councillor Talbot pointed to Meg Davidson's work on mental health, and yes, I'm sure every committee, every scrutiny committee has got some area that some member has a special interest in, and it would be to the benefit of the scrutiny exercise if that member's interest could be developed. My colleague, Councillor Huff, talks about party politics. Of course we can't keep party politics out of it, nor should we, nor is it not incompatible with good scrutiny, because the lines are drawn in the sand when quite simply the executive can be saying this is a political decision, full stop, because that's what the voters went for. Outside of those, then there should be areas for manoeuvre and for challenge and for, I say manoeuvre in the sense of, well, is this acceptable because it's a bit like what you thought it was going to be. The point I'm making is that party politics isn't only about the idea of, for example, left and right, big spend, little spend. It's about the nuances in between, and that's where scrutiny can be effective. But scrutiny is also about holding to account political decisions that are taken. Public meetings is something that I think that we don't do enough of. And maybe we can experiment in the first year as to where we want to go and which committees want to go anywhere to look at something and try through planning to get the local people involved, because you know scrutiny is an exercise by councillors on behalf of people that vote for us, or the local community, and I don't think we make that link back to local communities enough. Jackie Brockway made the concluding remark that she thought it was going in the right direction. I'd only sort of reconcile your views, Jackie, with Councillor Huff's, John Huff's, is that you are the Chief Whip. So when you go and talk to Martin, you do start off with a bit of an advantage that isn't available to everybody. So that's as good a point as any to close and to commend this paper to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. The recommendations are on the paper, 1 to 5. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? So that is passed. Item number 10, KPMG review of Agresso and Serco contract. Councillor Mrs Sue Rawlins.
We have before us, ladies and gentlemen, a copy of the report which was sent to the Audit Committee on the 21st of November regarding the review of the Serco contract, including the outcomes on the Agresso system as well. Before I address before I move the recommendations, I'd just like to talk to the paper, if I may. The monitoring officer clearly identifies that we were looking at a complex contract, and we need to learn lessons from how we look at complex contracts in the future with regard to our experiences from placing the Serco contract. And I think the committee were quite resolute in their debate on that particular point. We did have the opportunity to question the gentleman who had, was responsible for presenting the report from KPMG, and the members, as the monitoring officer has explained, did raise a number of issues. They were concerned that perhaps the council had placed too much trust and confidence in the assurances that Serco gave. Serco had attended our committee meetings many times, and when we look at the annual audit report, we'll be able to see that in detail in the appendices to that, and were challenged robustly by our members on many occasions. I think one of the main points again was that Serco hadn't at that stage appreciated perhaps the complexity of the situation, particularly regarding the payroll. And I know at the Audit Committee we've looked at issues regarding national insurance contributions particularly, and pension contributions. And I think the committee were of the mind that that Serco did not appreciate the fact that that would be a very complex issue to deal with. And the council became aware of that during the stages of its implementation.
In terms of other issues, the Audit Committee also looked at the advisability of contingency planning. And again, the aspect of that in relation to the Council's reputational risk when the issues with the purchase ledger and payroll became very apparent. We also, as an Audit Committee, see ourselves as a watchdog, and our terms of reference highlight that. I think auditing generally is based on the watchdog principle. I think many years ago, a High Court judge did advise that auditors themselves were watchdogs and not bloodhounds, so I think that's where that comes from. But it's not to say that we can't look at those terms of reference again in terms of what our role is there, in terms of ensuring that correct governance and controls are in place. But we cannot overstep the line. We have to take assurances and not intervene in the practice, and that is very, very important. And again, looking at the meetings we had, Serco managers came and went. Some were more informative than others. I think now I think the committee would perhaps agree with me that we have been rather better assured recently from the current appointment of Abby Tierney, who seems to be much more focused and have her finger on the button of what needs to be done. So also, we were looking at succession planning. The committee obviously were concerned that when our Chief Information and Commissioning Officer leaves us in March, that we have the right people to move the contract as it stands forward and also resolve any of the outstanding items. And I think we were assured that we do have sufficient people in our team to actually do that. And also, the committee obviously wanted assurances that the chief executive and the programme boards beneath him would actually take this on board and implement the action plans as suggested. There were 15 recommendations on the KPMG report, which I'm sure we're all now familiar with. But say contingency planning and the independence of a third-party opinion may be among those, although there were issues around that as well. So in moving the issues here, I think we have had circulated a third item to be moved. So I would move the third item as circulated as well, that the report be noted, that the Audit Committee continue to monitor the response to KPMG's recommendations, and that given the range and scale of the issues that have been experienced and the unfortunate effect upon the Council's reputation, we ask that a report on the progress on the remediation of these issues be presented to a future meeting of the County Council in addition to any monitoring work that the Audit Committee may undertake. And if I could reserve my right to come back to sum up later, Mr Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Elizabeth Sneath.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd like to second the three recommendations that are before us. Councillor Rawlins has covered these in depth, and you've all got the papers in front of you, and I don't wish to repeat what she has said at this time, and so I'd just like to recommend the approval of the three issues, the three recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Victoria Railing.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased the Council have invested in this report. However, I am very concerned. It is full of KPMG praising the Council for following the procurement process correctly. However, I think it avoids the big issue here. The big issue is, despite following the existing procurement criteria properly, the system still allowed Serco with its Agresso system in. Serco are not fit for purpose, with school bursars stressed out with all the problems their Agresso software has caused. Schools are in meltdown due to the flaws in the system, and this is not acceptable. I would like to know how much KPMG charged for this report and why we are still following such a flawed procurement system which resulted in this chaos.
Councillor Rock Parker, my apologies, I should have called you before.
This is the first time that the full council has had an opportunity to look at the award and implementation of the Serco contract. It's been discussed in audit, it's been discussed in value for money, it's probably been discussed in the executive, but it's the first time all of us, councillors in Assembly, have had the chance to discuss it. The first point I want to make is just to reflect on an old saying that says that success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. And that's never more true in relation to this. If we just look at the position of all the, what I would call senior people, just today, while we're in the council chamber, the 3-monthly CX briefing came out, and there was lots of stuff there, but no mention at all about the Serco, the findings by KPMG. If we look at this particular agenda that we've got here and the statement that each of the leading councillors gives, on pages 24 and 25, there's a Serco contract management, a statement from the leader, no mention of any problems, but it's all about tick, yes, we got that right, tick, we got that right, tick, we got that right, tick, we got that right, and no mention of the 15 recommendations or the problems. Okay. When we had the report first brought to us, look at the names that actually came forward. Now, normally when we get good things, then the councillors are leading from the beginning. Okay, but when this Serco report came out, Richard Wills made a media statement, and the chair of the Audit Committee made a statement, but none of the people that actually would be there in the limelight when it came to a success. And if we think about the photograph that was taken, well, when would it be? It would be round about 2014 maybe, of Councillors Jones and Councillor Hill bent over with a pen in the hand, actually signing the contract, wonderful deal, and the savings that's been made. And I say that because this is the open public accountability of key leading decision makers who actually are about accountability. And that's one of the points that is picked up. The revolving door process of Serco actually made a difficulty because numbers of senior managers came and went, and that was on the Serco side. But it is that the implementation of the Serco contract was the responsibility of certain key decision makers. You know, the executive, the relevant portfolio holder. In this case, the award of the contract took place during Councillor Hill's regime, and then I think there was 2 years of Councillor Jones, and then Councillor Hill's back here again doing that task. And it's about holding Councillor Hill and Councillor Jones to account. It's about saying that, yes, there's a scrutiny role, but are we comfortable with what happened to this contract? I'm not going to rehearse what went on, but we do know from the report by KPMG that there were certain systemic failings, and if we just point to one of them, for example, was the council governance of the programme sufficient? When it came to risk transfer, there were significant reputational risks and risks to the council's own operation, but there was no contingency, no plan B. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole of the recommendations or the points that were made by KPMG about was the 12-month implementation programme adequate? No, it wasn't. What I'm saying is this is the opportunity to hold to account those key decision makers. And that's what we're here to do. And this is a vehicle, this motion, to achieve that. I do think that it is necessary for the recommendation to acknowledge that there has been damage done to the council's reputation. It's not unfortunate, as the amendment moved by Councillor Rawlings, we have had reputational damage as a council. And it's had an impact on the Lincolnshire community. We can't ignore that. The scale of the problem has been significant. You've only got to go into schools. I'm sure lots of us are governors. I'm a governor, chair of the Finance Committee, and it's been a conversation for the last 18 months, longer than that. The point being that when things happen in our communities, then we have to debate and discuss not only what went wrong, but the future as well. But not in the spirit of saying, let's draw a line in the sand and move on. let's talk about the past, let's concentrate on getting the future right. Because it's about both. It's about getting the future right by learning lessons. And in a sense, this is a big scrutiny committee meeting, in my view. What this is about is saying, what could we do right? And people making a contribution. Now, we have got an action plan. We know that, or we expect to have one. And that's why the resolution that we share actually is about bringing it back to the full council, because it's the full council that deals with matters of this scale. And this scale is appropriate, and that's why I'm pleased that that part of the resolution has been agreed, that the Chief Exec's response to KPMG's recommendation be presented to a future meeting of the County Council. So, what we've got is some lessons that were learned, that we need to learn, but we also need to say, why were those decisions taken in the first place? Why was there no contingency? Why did we, in a sense, although it's accepted by KPMG that it was okay to give Serco the contract, given the huge back noise that was apparent at the time, and it's here in our motion, but we still went ahead thinking that we could get Serco to deliver, and Labour said you couldn't, and that's what happened. Now, why was that disregarded? Some of the people that made that decision might want to be open about it, explaining it. So in a sense, this is a learning opportunity, a learning about the past, and learning how we can best position ourselves so in the future we don't do this again. And that's why I want to go back to the motion the amendment that I could have moved if I'd had the chance, which is the one on the order paper. I look forward to second. Thank you.
According to the order of proceedings, Councillor Dilks is to second this. As he is not here, have you got a seconder, Councillor Parker? That is.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to formally second and I reserve my right to speak at the end of the debate.
We will have one debate and 2 votes on this. Councillor John Hoff.
I don't think there's any question that this is a damning report by KPMG about the failure of this council in relation to this particular contract. As we have said in our motion, and Councillor Parker has highlighted, this hasn't happened by chance. Labour were absolutely clear when this was considered a value for money, when Phil Dilks was on there, and obviously he's not here today but speaking on his behalf, there was a catalogue of evidence showing why Serco could not be trusted and should be rejected as a bidder. This included that Serco is under investigation for alleged fraud by the Serious Fraud Office and the Metropolitan Police, that the Select Committee had Margaret Hodge had stated Serco were excellent winning contracts, as they did here, but hopeless on delivering on their contracts. How could any of us argue with that in the light of our experience? And that they were only allowed to be bid for government contracts after paying back millions of pounds that they had claimed unlawfully. Would you invite them into your house to deliver an improvement on your house? No, of course you wouldn't. If you knew that about the building contractor that was trying to get your money out of you, however cheap they were, you would have said, hold on, I don't want anything to do with you. And that's what this council should have said when it had the opportunity. Because unfortunately, all the problems that have happened were predicted at that stage and were ignored. Because it wasn't just here locally. In the council, there were questions that were being asked. The Ministry of Justice had major issues with Serco over the electronic tagging contracts. Come on, you know, we're all adults. When you see something that's too good to be true, you know it's too good to be true, and you say, I don't want to deal with it. We are dealing with the consequences of the failure of members of this council who decided to ignore all the evidence and go ahead with a contract that hasn't worked, is still not working, and has cost Lincolnshire and our partners like the schools not only huge amounts of money, but damage to people and individuals. It's a scandal, it's a disgrace, it should never have happened, and we should have an apology from those who are responsible for doing it.
Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I looked at the explanatory note that's on page 5 of the order paper today, And I wondered what the situation would be if I altered just a few words. If we put it in the terminology, in its review, KPMG states that the director was required to deliver services to a specific standard, but the director has not achieved that standard and has been in breach of his duty since 2015. I wonder if that had been a public servant, if the same degree of tolerance would be given by the controlling group to such an individual. We would have all the terminology about the wastage of the public sector, how the private sector could do so much better. Well, we've seen what has been achieved. And when we go to governors' meetings, we know what it means to individuals. When you sit there and a person says, I didn't get my pay this month, I had to do this, I had to do that. Serco breached its contract, we breached the contract with that individual to deliver what they were entitled to after delivering the services to our children, to be treated so abysmally that their pay is withheld for a period is not acceptable in any way, shape or form. And we on the Audit Committee have pressed this point. Can you see, and I put it to KPMG, if I as an employee had breached my contract for a year, that I would still be in employment? No chance. I would have been up the road and that would have been it. But of course, this is a company. This is the private sector. This is the be-all. And they have every other chance and are still not delivering. There are schools that are now in a position of saying, that is it. That is the end of having our pay and other things done by this concern. We will go elsewhere. We still not can rely on the service 20 months into a contract. This has been a failure from start to finish. And we still don't have an end date when somebody can categorically say to us, by this date, 100% this will run. No, we can't, because nobody has got that position. See you looking at time, Chairman, and I'll finish, Julie.
Councillor Kev Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I think our front bench has just put all the views into perspective of, what's gone wrong here. But one of the problems I've found, from first hand is being a governor. It is totally embarrassing when you sit round governor meetings and they come out with statements like, they repeatedly miss deadlines, wrong figures being put in, reports on Agresso are still not right after all this time, etc., etc. It's summed up with when they say there's a total lack of trust and confidence. The council seem to think that it's all Serco, but it's not. The lack of trust and confidence is shared by this council. It's cost over this last 17 months, £6,639.16 in overtime that the staff has had to be paid to put this right. What I want to know now is, I don't want the money now, obviously, but at the end of this session, can my school get paid back the money they paid? And there's no wonder that the school has actually given notice that they are now looking at another provider. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got 2 points. One is following really on Kev Clark's statement about the school impact. Again, as a school governor, go to the financial meetings of the governors and the full governors meeting where the bursar or the school manager has to present balanced accounts, etc. and she is struggling to do that because of the impact of the Serco problems and the Agresso problems. And he's quite right. Our school bursar strokes manager has had to come in at sort of 6, 7 o'clock in the morning to try and sort out problems before she even starts her normal role. Now, and then she's working late into the evening very often as well. And this has continued month on, month on, month on, month on. As Kev Clark has said, Councillor Clark has said, I wonder how much across the whole school system, how much has it cost schools altogether to pay for this extra work that the bursars and school managers have had to deal with? The second point I'd like to talk about is Councillor Parker and Councillor Hoff may have well answered their own questions, and it refers a bit back to scrutiny as well. The fact that the Labour group put forward the arguments of not taking Serco in the first place could well be the answer, and I don't think that the administration ignored what you said, but I have a nasty feeling they may have said, well, it's come from Labour, so we automatically gainsay what they say. This is the sort of thing that worries me when we start dealing in politics in local councils. And I'm sorry, but that's the way I see it. I might be wrong, but that's the way I see it. So I'd just like to say I do hope with scrutiny that we can progress and cut out politics more, as much as we can. I know it's not always easy, but I hope we can do that. And I also would like to emphasise the sympathy I have for schools who have really struggled with this problem. And I don't think they've had the apologies, and I don't think they've had the recognition of the problem that they have suffered because of this. Thank you.
Councillor William Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Jackson is absolutely correct in saying that the Audit Committee had carefully monitored the situation throughout the time that this contract has been let, and we brought forward and commented on the shortcomings on a regular basis. But I believe that a lot of people in this chamber have short memories. And that is because at the time this contract was let to Serco, we believed in all good faith that their track record in managing the affairs of other councils and other public authorities was exemplary. And there was no reason at all why we should not have let this contract to Serco. So I think people should be absolutely clear about that this contract was let in good faith, and I believe that the situation, which has not been good, of course it's not been good, we understand that, but I believe that it is rectifiable, and that in the end, most of the situation which has clearly gone wrong in the past will be put right.
Councillor Mrs Helen Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry if this is going against what William said, but I know that a lot of the Lincolnshire Independent people emailed the executive and of the procurement of this particular contract. Our fears were voiced to the LCC procurement. Lots of unprofessional press coverage was all in the Times and all the newspapers about what Serco were actually doing, which was dreadfully unprofessional. Two of the things which really shocked me was, one of the things was there was a non-national detainee camp full of women run by Serco that were consistently molesting these women, that was carrying on and on and on. And the other thing was they were actually claiming millions, I think it was about 4 million or maybe more, millions of pounds from the UK government for prisoners that had actually died and weren't here any longer. I mean, that is saying a big message to anyone about the character or the type of business you're dealing with. I can't say any more. I'm just... Thank you.
Councillor Sarah Dodds.
Thank you, Chairman. Rectifiable. Rectifiable is okay to say if we're not talking about damage to human beings and damage to people. We cannot undo the stress and the level of difficulty that this has caused on an emotional and on a stress level to people. I know teachers in my division and teaching assistants in my division who had to take out bridging loans just to be able to cover their mortgage. That was because of decisions that we made here, and we should be ashamed of that as a council. It's just not good enough to say that's rectifiable. We cannot undo that damage. I know that there was a local food supplier in Louth that was tens of thousands of pounds out of pocket because of this. This is a good school making a good proactive decision to support local traders, and we let down that relationship. And we should apologise for that. We shouldn't let ourselves off the hook of that by a report that couches it in terms that tries to dumb down and lessen the impact on human lives. I know of a bursar who had to resign because of the stress that this caused her in trying to rectify the mess that this council had made. She handed in her notice. She left that job because of this mess. I know of another school that had one of their phone lines cut off. Again, because of this mess. Let's not pretend that this is something that we can talk about rectifying. Let's acknowledge that this was something that did harm, and did great harm, to good, decent human people who were just trying to make their own living and actually be part of educating Lincolnshire children. And let's actually take the political hit on this. Those involved should be apologising for this mess and not talking about it as it's kind of some kind of remote textbook political exercise. This matters, and this matters because of the human impact of the mistakes that were made.
Councillor Rosie Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, where do we start? I think a few years ago, I think I could have predicted this, unfortunately. It shows really that we're public servants, and it's a failure of the private sector yet again, I'm afraid to say. And the human cost that's actually come about through the decisions on contract management. And let's not forget that Serco has not got a good reputation. I'm sorry, William, it hasn't got a good reputation. You just need to go on the internet and see exactly what Serco's about. So my intuition was not good to begin with, and I actually questioned at Scrutiny, which is what we're meant to do, scrutinise, was this in regard to the reputation that Serco has about what is actually happening. And I was given the answer that everything would be fine and it's different. But obviously we've seen that this isn't the case, that actually this has come about through not looking properly at what the outcomes are. So I've had emails from constituents, long emails about what's happened to them and their families through these decisions that were made. And I'd like to say that it's all about the human cost and the family cost to people. That's what's forgotten. And we're public servants. We're in the public sector. We're about helping people. We're about providing good services. So why is it that it's all about savings? And that's what worries me, you see, because the NHS and everything else, public health, mental health, it's all about savings first, isn't it? Savings first. And what's the long-term consequences of this? We're going to talk about this afternoon, perhaps, about all the details with the public sector. And it's all the same with the NHS. So in the same, what is this? All we hear is about savings. Savings, that's all we hear. What about people? What about people? What about long-term costs? And this is the same with the Serco contract. And it's not as if you weren't told. We actually said this. We said this. We said that this would happen. Do you think we really want to stand here and say, yes, we were right? No, we don't. We want things to be done for the people of Lincolnshire, don't we? We don't want to stand here and say, yes, we were right. Oh, yes. No, we don't. We actually wanted all these things to work out. But you put savings first, didn't you? And that's the problem.
Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to raise three things. One is to tackle the issue of whether the possible problems were visible at the outset, or whether, and I think this is an issue because there was a lot in the press which arrived around the time when the decisions were made, but I question whether the company should have been on the list in the first place, whether enough checks were done beforehand so they never even got onto the list. When we asked about what kind of measures we could have to be sure that it could, what would happen if things didn't work out, we were told that there were penalties of a sort in place and that would cover, there at the moment I think there's 10% that they need to, that they don't receive, and that would go some way possibly to paying somebody else to do the job better. But it hasn't worked out that way, and actually that was never, it seems now, a realistic option. Also, I think lessons for the future, we need to check about the realism of the costings, because when a commercial company comes in and they want to win a bid, they will just sometimes to the point of thumb-sucking a figure, I do think. Oh, I'm sure we can manage for 10% less, we must be able to do that. But do we check the realism sufficiently of their bids? We see that the staff that were expected to be employed, because they didn't have any at the time, were not coming forward. And again, do we check the progress of themselves getting themselves into readiness for the bid? And are we able to make sufficient pressure to make sure that they do get themselves business ready in time? Clearly, they were not. So I look forward to, I don't think we will get reparation, as was said, and I wonder still how much of the finances are still outstanding because some of the payments were overpaid and then there's the struggle to get them back from people who no longer have the money. So clearly it has been a serious letting down of the public and of the schools and of the people we serve, and indeed of the staff who were either overpaid or underpaid. Either way can be equally difficult when things have to be put right. So I deeply regret that this has happened, and I hope that due apologies will be given. Thank you.
In view of the time, I've still got 6 on the list. I am going to close the list, so those that are on there, that's fine. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know, my previous role was as a business improvement consultant with BT, and I'm very experienced at dealing, in fact my role was largely dealing with change management within that very large organisation with multiple sites, 42 sites in fact, and 3,000 staff in several countries. Change management, however it's done, is not easy and it's not cheap. And if you try to cut corners, there's absolutely one guarantee: something somewhere will go wrong. One of the concerns that I'm just picking on here in this report, looking at the summary report, if more project assurance resource had been available to monitor the Agresso project within the wider transition to Serco delivery, then basically it would have been more appropriately managed. That is actually quite unforgivable, that we did not put the key resources in the right places in advance, because we knew, picking up the point that the Labour group's been making, we knew that actually there were risks involved with dealing with this organisation. So we not only made a decision to deal with this organisation, we also somewhere along the line made a decision to do it on the cheap and not put the right resources in. And the result of that, as we've heard, has been the impact on other people. And I do recall us all being given a presentation about Serco, and because of my experience, I raise these issues, and maybe a point made by Councillor Palmer is relevant, because yes, we got the poo-poo, yes, that's all under control. We know what we're dealing with. We've got people in, we'll do all the checks. Well, you need to listen to people who know what they're talking about, regardless of political colour. We've all got great experience, that's why we're here. And we can all contribute positively to the running of this council if you listen to us. But I'd like to pick up another point, because this has horrible reflections of something else I ended up personally dealing with at District. And that was when the County Council changed the social care services, the wellbeing services, and they were first implemented. I personally ended up running around between LCC and SKDC, senior executive officers, liaising with them to get them to talk to each other, to make sure the elderly people in SKDC were cared for. And the main issue identified during that process was LCC had assumed that the wardens in SKDC had the ability to identify high-risk elderly people. And the shame there was the victims were elderly people left on their own with absolutely no support for months of transition. Utterly disgraceful, and it's completely symptomatic. It's the same issue, that we are not putting enough resources into key areas. And there's one rule I've always been told: never assume. Never assume anything when you're dealing with something like this. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Judy Renshaw.
Chairman, I tend to see things more simply than some of you high-powered politicians, but on page 113, bullet point 14, the second point says it was queried as to why it was not picked up that Serco did not have sufficient number of trained staff to deal with the payroll functions. Now, I have in my area the relative of a member of staff that was, I don't know whether he still is working for Serco, and he alerted me and his mum to the pressures that he was working under because there were not enough staff to do the job that he was doing. Now, it seems odd that we never ask the people who are at the coal face. It doesn't matter whether it's a nurse, a doctor, a manual worker, whatever it is, we never ever ask the people that are actually trying to do the job. And possibly staff in this building would say exactly the same, I don't know. This is just dreadful. Whether it's a school bursar or even if it was the members of staff that were actually working in Serco offices, they must have been under tremendous strain, because the guy that's doing, or the lady that's doing the payrolls, they must have really struggled to do it. It's not their fault that they couldn't operate and pay the bursars or whoever it was that needed paying. It was down to the system, and the system was run by Serco.
Please, on the comments that Councillor Charmaine Morgan has said, elderly people, vulnerable elderly people, were not left abandoned in South Kesteven District Council area.
Oh, gosh.
Councillor Paul Woods, it's good to see you still sat there after our conversation last week.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. What? No. I know my place. What I would just like to say is, obviously Serco have let us down badly, but what I'm not participating in is slagging off the appointment of Serco. I think, in my view, it was quite clear that the commissioning of Serco was done correctly. That's what KPMG report says. It was done. I know there was rumours about Serco going at the time, about they shouldn't have been appointed, but you'll probably get that about most large companies. Now, I'm not actually standing up and defending them. I actually sit on Audit Committee, Value for Money, and also the Recovery Board. And I've been very critical of Serco. They have performed badly and let us down. But I think it's important to distinguish the procurement and how they were appointed and how they performed. They performed badly, but I don't personally think, and I know that's disagreeing with some of my colleagues, and particularly on the Labour side, they were appointed correctly. We went through a procedure and it saved the council a lot of money. It's subsequent to that, the people that have come in. And it's only really lately, in the last 6 months, that Serco have probably appointed the right people to get it right. Whether it will ever get right or not, I don't know. And we should keep the pressure up on Serco. But I won't participate in this slagging off the administration for the appointment of them. I think your focus is wrong. It needs to be to get it right, learn lessons for the future and move on. That's all I've got to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Mrs. Patricia Bradwell.
I just do agree with the last speaker. We put it very well that there was nothing in the report that says the commissioning of the contract was wrong. But I just want to pick up on the schools. I mean, I think all councillors here would acknowledge that some staff have had problems, even staff in this building. They had problems initially with their salaries. But I think you have misleaded the council here in some of your comments saying that staff were left unpaid. As soon as the Serco payroll were advised that someone had not been paid or unpaid or not paid correctly, immediately they were money put into their bank or a cheque was sent, whichever the employee wanted. And also with regards to any expenses that anyone incurred, and I know staff shouldn't incur bridging loans or interest on their mortgage or something like that. Again, all expenses have been paid. I'll agree that that isn't the way that we would want to work, but staff have not been left with no salary. As soon as things were reported, then people have been, they've received the right amount of money. I think as well that I was, till very recently, a chairman of a finance committee at school governors. So I have been in the middle of it as well, in the fact that, there were no accounts coming back from the council like maintaining schools have had in the past. But actually, we all know that schools twin track their finances. They always have done, they always do. So in my school, we worked from what we knew we were paying out, because actually 90% of schools are paying out salaries. So we know what's going out for salaries. There's only a very small amount of a school budget that's left after paying staff. So I know, again, that's not acceptable. You should be getting the information from the County Council on what is paid. But schools weren't left without not knowing what they were spending every month, because they know exactly that. I think as well that there are areas that have worked. In adult care, direct payments and contributions that people make to the council for services have worked perfectly well. So I think we have got an issue, but actually before Serco came in, on a monthly basis, we've always had errors in staff wages. That is a fact of life. But I think we have to look forward. We have to make sure now we go forward, and Audit will be tracking, what's happening with this contract. And also, yes, I'm sorry about that, I forgot. Yeah, and also schools have been compensated. They haven't paid any amounts of money over the last year. All their charges have been waived to schools over the last year. And it's expected that they will pay for their finance this year, but Serco, HR and the payroll, they haven't had to pay for over the last year. So they aren't really out of pocket. It is actually that this has been a great inconvenience.
Councillor Mrs. Jackie Brockway.
Thank you, Chairman. Like every other organisation, we have to follow European procurement law, and my understanding is that under that law there was no legitimate reason whatsoever for leaving Serco off the list, as people have asked. Is that right? Yes? So, you know, when we're sort of standing and saying how awful it is about people, which it is, when people suffer, it is absolutely terrible. Nobody, I think, would ever minimise the stress of worrying about whether you're going to be able to pay your mortgage the next day. Okay, so let's take it that, you know, people do understand that. But I think it's also very important that we're slightly more truthful with the residents who are listening. You know as well as I do that no business runs at 100% efficiency. And there will be problems occasionally, there will be payments that are not made occasionally, but already Serco is moving its operations very much higher up the scale to a more acceptable standard. Just to answer Councillor Palmer, I'm extremely disappointed in you, actually, no, I am. Quite seriously, that you would make a comment that we would reject things simply because it's Labour. We actually respect Labour's work very, very much. And we listen to Labour very carefully. And I do note that you, as far as I know, you've not attended any of the meetings at Value for Money where we have discussed these things openly. So you might want to rethink that comment, please. The one thing that I would like to say, it's a day of disappointments for me today. After we've done this stunning scrutiny work, to receive an amendment like this, which has some good points in it, but makes it itself impossible to support because it's also a political rant. It's very personal. It makes snide personal comments at named identifiable individuals, and they're wrong, and I simply cannot support that. Councillor Wood has already said some of the things that I was going to say about slagging off the administration. Oh, well, there's an election coming up in a few months, so I imagine we're going to get a little bit more of that coming. But I'm disappointed that it's done with something as serious as this, because in my mind it trivialises the very seriousness that you are saying you are putting forward. I also feel that these nasty little personal attacks in what is supposed to be a serious amendment actually serves to shut down scrutiny, because what it does, it puts people on the defence when we need people to be open. So Serco certainly has had considerable failings, but they could have cut and run and they didn't. They have put in new people, they have put in millions to support this and to improve, and they are committed to seeing that they take their operations to the high standard that we expect of them. I don't think we should ever forget what was gone wrong, and I think we need to keep our eyes open all the way. But I do think there comes a time when we need to support the improvements instead of continually going on this destructive path.
Councillor Martin Hill.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I think the previous speaker actually covered a lot of the words I was going to speak. But just to remind members, what this audit report, the report that's audit commissioned by KPMG, was to look at the awarding of the contract, whether it was done correctly, and whether any lessons could be learned. And I'm sure members, the good news is that we should all take heart from that we got a clean bill of health from the awarding of the contract, and that was done correctly and well. And we know that not just because KPMG have told us, because we are able to hold Serco to account and withhold money, but also, as Councillor Brockway has said, they have been forced to put millions of pounds, or certainly a substantial amount of extra money in to resolve these issues. So we know the way that it was set up. The issue is all it was all about, which was identified by this audit report, was between awarding of the contract and the actual start of the contract 1 year later. I think the Serco has been dealt with. We have to comply with European legislation. We can't just chuck somebody off the list because we don't think they're very good. And indeed, another sort of verification of the process was that we had no challenges, because often, almost commonly these days, when you order large contracts, they are often challenged now by the bidders who don't get the contract. In this case, what didn't happen, it was open book, and it was very, and I would believe it was a very good process. So where we've got to, of course, is that, and as the audit report has shown, the failings mostly, nearly all of them, are down to Serco's lack of delivery. Now, they won the contract fair and square, but it is a case that they have failed to deliver in the terms that they should have done. I think Councillor Ayling is incorrect. The Agresso system is fine. It works. It is more challenging to use maybe if you're not used to it, but there's no problem with it. And as I said, she claimed it was a flawed procurement. No, it wasn't. It's all about the delivery. And yes, there were some lessons that the KPMG report suggested that should be looked at. Frankly, some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. I would have thought personally giving a year for a large company like Serco to get themselves in order was adequate. There were some issues out of Serco's control in terms of the transfer of staff from Mouchel to Serco, which didn't happen, and that was entirely legitimate, but was an issue. It is not true to say insufficient resource was put in. That is not correct. I know personally there was a tremendous amount of council resource put into this, and there was a tremendous amount of resource put in as well. But I think it's fair to say that Serco were probably a little bit late in realising some of the problems were coming forward. So I think that's, and it's not about savings, Councillor Kirk. You have to have a balanced budget. You as well. You have to vote for a balanced budget. If you don't do so, you're illegal. So the real world, I'm afraid, is, and it's probably right, so we give value for the taxpayers, we make sure that our budget balances, and the £15 million savings that we've had from this contract actually are delivering those savings. There have been issues, there have been problems, but it's not the end of the world, it's not a disaster, and I need to sit down. Thank you.
Councillor Robin Renshaw, you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to take it up?
Everyone in this chamber has a desire and a commitment to uphold a high standard in public office. So it is appalling that in spite of previous well-documented and publicised failures and sagas, that we do not learn from those mistakes and seek to plunge like headless chickens into an abyss. A few points have been raised today, again, about the reputation of Lincolnshire. And we have to think, it's not just about us, it has a repercussive effect on recruitment, not only in the LCC, but also on other public services and the NHS. And we're hearing regularly of the NHS inability to attract high-level staff to this county. And in spite of this, one might ask, the share price of Serco has rocketed. It's gone back to where it was many, many months ago. And it just shows what it's all about. And quite honestly, from my perspective, the ruling group are just defending the indefensible. And I'm not convinced with the assurances that the ruling group have given. No European Union directive can force us to accept an unsound contract. And that's clearly what it was. And as far as this report goes, as poacher and gamekeeper, you should apologise, Leader.
I'm not going to withdraw your... you said the words unsound contract. That is an incorrect statement.
No, that was it was in the context of I was considering that an unsound contract being forced on Lincolnshire was not what I would accept.
You need to be very careful with your language. An unsound contract is incorrect.
I've got it written here.
Well, okay, what you've written. You've probably written something before you even had the debate. That's up to you.
Right. I understand now that... Can I carry on, Chairman? Yeah. As I say, as poacher and gamekeeper, KPMG will undoubtedly have tempered their report to recognise who is paying their fees, so the full scale of the disaster may never be shared with members of the public. I understand that KPMG are now auditors to Serco. That's a new revelation. Anyhow, come back to the grist of the thing. Our amendment is to a weak motion, attempts to open up the books to proper, albeit late, meaningful scrutiny. And any member who opposes it is condoning a whitewash. So in summarising, let us move forward with the Labour Group amendment, have an early conclusion to this saga, and the ruling group should say sorry to the staff, to the schools and the people of Lincolnshire.
Right, Councillor Mrs Rawlins, do you wish to sum up? Yep.
No? Thank you.
Yep.
We've had some quite heartfelt views expressed, as one would expect.
I think, obviously, when we looked at the report, one of the main conclusions was that the contract was awarded correctly. And we may not like the European rules, but we have to obey them. And I think Councillor Brockway made that point, well, perhaps not much longer, but we do have to obey them at the moment. So the weaknesses that we saw were listed in the report, but that wasn't one of them. In terms of just addressing my colleague's comment regarding KPMG's independence, I think it really is important that I do put him right on that one. KPMG are external auditors. I'm sure they are totally independent. The gentleman and his colleagues who prepared the report were not part of the external audit team. They were part of an additional unit who works for KPMG that had no previous dealings with this council. And that is partly why the report was delayed, because the public authority that reviews those contracts needed to be assured of that point. So I want to make that quite vociferously, that they are definitely independent. So I think from the Audit Committee's perspective, we will monitor this going forward, and we will listen to what the Chief Executive has to say, both to ourselves and to the full Council per our items that are moved here. There are certain other small points that I'd like to address. In terms of the cheapy transfer of employees, that is at the behest of the employee. No one can force a member of staff to transfer to another organisation if they don't wish to do so. Clearly, Serco ought to have made sure they had those payroll control staff there. That was a very key role, and if initially, if it was apparent that those staff weren't going to be transferred, then that would have been appropriate at that point to recruit someone immediately into those posts, one suspects. In terms of the service credits, we do have those in the budget, so we are bringing that back into the financial reserves of the council, and then that will be a matter for future budget negotiations, presumably on how that is actually spent. So we will look forward to, on the Audit Committee, as I say, tracking the action plans and seeing the improvements coming through from this. But I say that the issues are very, very complex, and I think it would be a disservice to actually pretend that they were otherwise, particularly dealing with payroll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I.
Right, we'll now go to the vote on the Labour amendment. All those in favour? All right. All those against? Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, got that. So that is lost. So the substantive motion is the one that is printed on the sheet with 1, 2 and 3. All those in favour, please show. Okay. All those against? Okay. Any abstentions? One at the back there. Right. Now we've got through that, we will break for lunch and reassemble here at 2:10. Thank you very much. Oh. We will continue from where we left off. So, certainly, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. Before the break, the comment was made that I had not attended the Value for Money Committee. So I've done a little bit of research with the help of officers, and I've found there is only one member of this council who is not either an executive or on that committee who has attended. Thank you. I just felt it was unfair to single me out for not attending. Thank you.
Well, agenda item 11, appointment of external auditors. Councillor Mark Whittington, please. The IT will catch up with you eventually. It has.
It has. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a bit of general background on this motion. Our external auditors at the moment, KPMG, their term of office is coming towards its conclusion. It's the fallout from the end of the Audit Commission. The paper in front of you gives three options. The first, that we actually, as a county council, appoint our own external auditors. Second, is that we go into a kind of a regional organisation to appoint an external auditor. Or the third recommendation is that we actually go in with the arrangements that the LGA are doing via the Public Sector Audit Appointments Authority. Just a word on the first two and why I don't think they would be acceptable to us is that for both of those we would actually have to appoint ourselves an auditor panel to make the decision. We couldn't, as a council, choose our own auditors, and it would be quite sort of expensive to go down the route of going through an auditor panel. If we go with the recommendation, the third recommendation, then that will all be done for us. In terms of what other local authorities are doing, all of the district councils in Lincolnshire are going with the LGA route, and so far the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of the county councils across the country who've been approached are also going down this route. The reality is that we will end up with a similar organisation to KPMG. There are only a limited number of county companies that can actually do this type of audit. You have to be a special, you have to be a specialist in performing a public sector audit, and also important as well, only certain organisations can actually give the value for money assurance, which rather limits the scope. So as I say, it will be one from about 10 or 12, the likes of PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst & Young, Grant Thornton. So the Ocean says that this council appoints external auditors commencing the 1st of April 2018 by means of opting in to the national scheme operated by Public Sector Appointments Limited via the LGA, and authorises the Executive Director for Finance and Public Protection in consultation with the leader to take all decisions and approve all documentation necessary to give effect to this opt-in and support this national procurement process. And Mr Chairman, I move the motion. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Hill. Do you reserve your right to speak? No? Oh, okay. Councillor Hoff.
I have serious concerns about this proposal, although I think I recognise that it's very difficult to get out of it. But before I come on to that, I just wanted the chair of the Audit Committee stated about KPMG that their review of Serco was separate from their audit work. But in fact, of course, if you look at page 10 or page 28 on our agenda, it states that please note that as part of KPMG's external audit work, a high-level review of procurement process was carried out. And then it quotes that. And they are relying on their audit to give us the impression today that somehow there is nothing wrong with procurement. And I have a serious concern about that. Secondly, it's interesting about KPMG, isn't it, who are auditors, why they didn't actually raise the issue and the problems with Serco long before we commissioned them to actually look into the problems. And you do wonder when you come across a story that from the London Stock Exchange that on the 27th of May this year, Serco Group is pleased to announce that on the Audit Committee's recommendation, the board has approved the appointment of KPMG as its external auditor. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm not making any connection, but I have serious worries about... No, I'm purely reporting the facts. No, I'm reporting the facts.
Very close to being slanderous.
I'm not. I'm reporting the facts. No, Chairman, can I carry on speaking, please?
He's actually being pretty slanderous, so you should be very careful.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about, external auditors, Chairman. The issue, it seems to me, is that, yes, we could set up an auditor panel. And, it costs us some money, 15,000. It's not that much. The problem that we have is that we have to then appoint, as Marcus said, a firm that is qualified. The numbers that are qualified, according to our own finance staff, are probably less than 10 in the whole country. This is a cartel being operated by London firms, which means that we, instead of I would have thought, probably supported by all of us, that we would like to appoint a local firm or someone from the East Midlands to do this job, but we are being prevented from doing so by this London setup, which means we can't do it. And I think that's my real fundamental concern, is that we are being, instead of the public audit process which we used to do, we are in effect being forced to appoint someone from London rather than someone from our own region. And I think that's wrong. It says 15 seconds, Chairman. 40. 30.
Councillor Nev Jackson. You seem to be playing follow the leader a lot today, didn't you?
Well, that's what I expected. Thank you, Chairman. I would like a list of those that are eligible to carry out this function. We can then do our own research on their performance with other bodies, and then we can have a viewpoint on their performance with those other bodies and whether they're likely to be good for us or, as we find out with some, not so good for some businesses.
Councillor Mrs Victoria Railing.
Thank you, Chairman. I cannot agree with this council using the national scheme and the local government association involvement does not exactly reassure me. I think we need to know a lot more about it, and we have until the 9th of March to decide whether to opt in or not. How much will it cost compared to KPMG? Also, what are we going to get out of it? We don't want to jump into another Serco contract.
Councillor Mrs Sue Rawlings.
Thank you. Sorry that technology, ladies and gentlemen, is beating me. Couple of points on the provision of auditors, etc. Now, Councillor Hoff is right that there's a small number of very large firms of chartered accountants who conduct these auditing roles. But you could level the same criticism at private companies as well. I mean, you have to have, if you like, the economies of scale to be able to conduct an audit of this size. It would be inconceivable that a local firm, and I know quite a lot of them, would have the capacity to audit a council of this size. They just wouldn't. not with any detriment to their work or anything like that. It would form too large a part of their turnover, and they would then professionally not be able to do it, and that is, you know, practical concern. They wouldn't physically be able to undertake it purely. I mean, on professional indemnity grounds alone, they probably wouldn't be able to assure the public liability insurance for starters. So, and in terms of our current external auditors' role in advising on procurement issues and those sort of things, I mean, clearly our auditors do give an audit opinion, the external auditor's opinions as we're progressing through the year, and they will look at our systems and our value for money conclusions and everything else, and they audit those as they're going. That doesn't mean to say that they're not independent when different members of their staff come and do a totally different audit to that. And that was approved by public sector appointments as well. And the whole reason to have that is to have that level of independence when there is a small number of firms available in the marketplace, because it's the way the accountancy and audit profession work, I'm afraid. That is reality. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton.
Thank you. I just need to declare an interest. I don't think it's prejudicial, but it is an interest as Vice Chairman of the Local Government Association. We have discussed trying to reduce costs to make a more efficient system of audit, because as many will remember, we used to have a very bureaucratic system, and perhaps it was important at the time, but I think we have had to try nationally to reduce those costs and bureaucracy, and this is one of the consequences. So I shan't be voting on the matter. Thank you.
As I have no further speakers on the list, would you like to sum up, Councillor Whittington?
We could appoint our own auditor panel or go into a regional arrangement. But at the end of the day, we'd still be faced with the same list of 10 auditors. Ultimately, there are a limited number of accountancy organisations in this country that can perform this level of audit. So we could go through our own process, which could cost £15,000, as the report mentions, and then end up, via our own auditor panel, appointing one of the 10 firms that can actually do it, and then actually paying more for our external audit fee, because the economies of scale we currently have through the current shared procurement arrangements, we're probably seeing a reduction of around about 20 to 20. I've asked people, he thinks in the region of it would cost us 20 to 50% more if we in our annual external audit fee if we went down our own route. We could do that, but we'll end up with Pricewaterhouse or KPMG, possibly, or Ernst & Young. It would be the same organisations. All of these accounting organisations are regulated by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. They have to comply with their regulatory framework. Local firms of auditors also do, but they just would not have the sheer scope and expertise to be able to conduct an audit into an organisation as complex as Lincolnshire County Council. I've experience of this in my professional career, and with a large organisation like this, you need one of the big firms of accountants. It's as simple as that. Thank you. Which is why the best approach and the most cost-effective approach for this council to take is to go in with the public sector audit appointments route. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members of the council.
Councillor Whittington, the information that Councillor Jackson asked for.
I will. Well, I got sensitive information by officers, so I'll have to go back to them.
That's fine. Yeah.
I see Mr. Moore nodding down there. So, can that be circulated to all councillors, please? Will that suffice, Councillor Jackson? Right. So, all those in favour, please indicate. All right. All those against? Okay. Any abstentions? 3, 4, 5. Have we any advance on 5 abstentions? No, obviously not. So that is passed. So we move on to item number 12, the Audit Committee Annual Report 2016. Councillor Mrs Sue Rawlins, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. As members can see, the Audit Committee have instructed me with their assistance to prepare a report for you. It actually is a little bit of a misnomer saying it's an annual report because it's clearly longer than that. But as a committee, what we wanted to do was actually look at the progression of our work encompassing the KPMG report which we've just discussed. So this would take us to the last meeting of the 21st of November. I've highlighted in the foreword what the role of the Audit Committee is. I think we've discussed the watchdog role in our previous discussions. And I'd like to say that as a committee we have worked well with senior management, and we've obviously come sometimes from different perspectives, but our discussions have always been conducted in an open and respectful manner, and with mutual respect. And we believe that we have added strength to our internal audit function, and that the Council values the committee's deliberations and recommendations. And in turn, the committee appreciate the support of our internal audit team, our external audit team, and our Council's officers. So we've obviously engaged with a number of issues during the last year. One of the key ones obviously being the Agresso contract, and that is detailed in our review on our approval of our annual governance statement. And again, I've detailed what we've done through the year, which culminated in the KPMG review. And obviously, we note that the Council faces challenges going forward. The financial settlement, which we've heard about earlier, being certainly not the least of those, and demographics and ageing populations, and all the pressures that we're facing, and how we identify risk, and all of those complicated issues. So I think there's plenty of work to be done within the coming year. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our officers in particular. We have a very good relationship on the Audit Committee with Lucy Pledge and Audit Lincolnshire. They are, in my view, quite outstanding in the work that they do, and that has been acknowledged through the awards that Audit Lincolnshire and the Lincolnshire Audit Partnership have won nationally for the work that they've conducted, and they've been used as exemplars for other authorities. And I'd also like to thank our finance team as well, particularly in view of the issues that the authority faced with Agresso in terms of looking to finally prepare the statement of accounts, which we've looked at the last Audit Committee, but also in terms of getting the issues regarding the payroll and everything progressed, because obviously particularly again getting the accounts to the right point so they can be audited, there was strict time deadlines there, and our finance team really stepped up to the plate and from day one assisted Serco in every way that they could, and I'd like to thank them from our committee and from the whole of the council for all their hard work, and once again to Lucy and her team. So I think the rest of my report is rather self-explanatory, and I've detailed our work at the committee through each of the committee dates that we had. And looking forward, we are obviously going to look at our work plan for the next 12 months, depending on who chairs the committee. It may not obviously be me, but there's plenty of work to do looking ahead, and I think we're going to have quite a busy year in the next 12 months. So thank you very much. As it stands, I would just like to make one comment about Councillor Jackson's amendment. In view of what I've said about the plaudits that our audit team have actually received nationally, I think that I couldn't agree with his amended recommendation in that respect. And I think looking forward certainly into the next financial year, the committee plans to do quite a careful self-evaluation and looking at our terms of reference in any event. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Elizabeth Sneath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to second the acceptance of the Audit Committee annual report. Thank you.
Councillor Neb Jackson.
If it's all right to go before my leader, Chairman. The amendment we're putting forward does not in any way say that we don't value the work of officers who attend the Audit Committee in their various guises. What we want to see is that we look around the country to look at other audit committees and their performance and see if we can further improve on what we do. One of the things I'm anxious to see is that we have one independent member at the moment. And if that independent member is away, the obvious, we have no independent person there. So could we, for instance, increase the number of independent members on that committee to at least 2, with the hope that the majority of the time we will always have at least one independent member there. But I think we used to regularly meet with the external auditors. We used to ask the question, how are we performing from your experience with other bodies that you audit? Now, we've not done that for a little while, but I think it's one of those things that we should be doing and saying, you know, we can look at ourselves, we can make judgments, but we're not basing that judgment on what others in a similar vein to us do. Would it be right and proper that we do exactly that? If we compare favourably and well, at least we can say we've been diligent, we've investigated, the feedback we've had is that we are up in the top tier of audit committees within local government. That's basically what our amendment is about, seeking to ensure that we can say that we are doing a good job. And I especially commend the fact that we probably ought to look for a second independent appointee on this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
John Hoff.
I mean, I think the issue here is that we can all learn from looking at things again. And I think in the light of the report earlier today, which we all agreed to on scrutiny, I think we were all pretty unanimous that we had improved what scrutiny is going to offer after the election by working together and trying to see and learn from other organisations. Now, I understand the concerns of the chair of the Audit Committee that things, there may have been awards and so on. But the problem we've got is that some of the outcomes are not quite as good as we might have liked. I mean, you know, we can't deny, can we, that we've had the problems with Serco. We can't deny that sometimes value for money scrutiny, the Audit Committee has obviously looked at this, but we still haven't got the result that we actually want. And we think that sometimes when things are not perfect, you need to look again to see whether or not we can improve it. And we've talked about cross-party working on how to improve things, agreed it about scrutiny. I don't understand the problem about looking at audit as well. It's a crucial part of this council. It's a crucial part of any council. And the Audit Committee have a big responsibility in relation to actually ensuring that we're acting with probity and that the accounts and everything are okay. But as we can see in this report, that although the council has received an unqualified opinion on the financial statements, there's an element of qualification on the value for money conclusion based on the Agresso-related lack of information. So there are issues and there are outcomes that I'm sure the chair of the Audit Committee would also like to have been better. So I don't think this is a major problem. It just seems to me, and I think it would seem to most normal people, that you'd want to have a look at it and see whether we can do things better. And that's what our amendment is suggesting. I'd be surprised if what the chair of the Audit Committee is saying is that they don't want to do things better. But who knows?
Councillor Robert Parker.
I think the starting point of this is to actually recognise the point that was made by Councillor Mrs Rawlings. This isn't an annual report. And that's sad, really. I mean, I don't mean sad in the sense of, despondent, but the fact is that we should be reporting back each year at a particular time in a systematic way. This, in one sense, and being honest about it, seems like a collection of notes. It isn't about saying we last reported exactly this time last year, 1 year ago, and it covers a specific period, that is the financial year from the 1st of April 2015 to the 31st of March 2016. It just seems as though somebody's had an idea that it's about time we had an annual report, or a report, we better call it an annual one. Now, that is an element of the point that I think we want to make, that we need, in any annual report, to be recognising what we did, what we said we were going to do, and how well did we do it. And I wouldn't have thought that the turning down of an idea to look at how good we are could easily sit side by side with our major themes, which was the implementation of the new Agresso project from April 2015. Well, that wasn't a huge success. We carry on looking at the sort of things that was example, the devolution agenda. Okay, so where are those 5, 6 things, each of all individually listed as the main themes? Now, I'm talking about this as a report that makes some sort of sense by virtue of what we said we'd do, and then we examine them. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points on page 143 are not in themselves brought out. What we're asked to take account of is a summary of committee meetings outcomes, which is no more than a collection of reports, out of which we've got to make some sense of the implementation of Agresso, the role of IT, the devolution agenda. And that's not the way that we organise things. The second point in relation to that is what are our big themes and how are we going to measure them for next year? So you have a report that says, this is what we said we'd do, this is how we did, let's examine that how we did and assess, which is the argument that I was using when I was moving the Scrutiny Committee report, that each Scrutiny Committee assesses its own performance and competence during that year and sets some new objectives for the current year. Now, that's some examples of the way that we could do business. And it just seems to us on this side of the chamber that given the fact that we've had a review of Scrutiny, exhaustive, that it wouldn't be unreasonable to do the same thing to another important part of the County Council's work, and that's Audit. We accept that some good things have been said, but that's in the back, that's, should we say, in the foreground to a background where the Agresso Serco contract has not exactly done our council proud. So it seems quite reasonable to go along with this motion, and I'm surprised that it's not been accepted in the spirit in which it was intended.
Right, Councillor Mrs Rawlings, do you wish to sum up, as I have got no more?
I take on board what Councillor Parker and Councillor Hoff and Councillor Jackson have said. I think if you'd had a conversation, perhaps Councillors Parker and Hoff with Councillor Jackson, you'd understand that at the we do have a detailed work plan that we look at the end of all our audit meetings, as I'm sure you're aware of. We have plans to look at our terms of reference, and we have at the last committee debated about looking at best practice and everything as well as part of our self-evaluation. So we are not blind to that. And in terms of our internal audit team, they do a lot of work with other authorities as well. So that brings some advice to us. And as part of the Lincolnshire Audit Forum, we have communication through that as well. And I was the chair and my vice chair and a number of members of the committee have attended that. I think in terms of looking at the terms of reference and the membership of this committee, I would agree with Councillor Jackson. I think perhaps it would be a move in the right direction to have another independent member. I mean, some authorities even have an independent chair of the audit committee. You know, those sort of things would probably need to be looked at or debated to see what people's views on those sort of issues were. In terms of the report not being an annual report, I do apologise because that's partly my fault on not pushing that through the committee. We did have an annual report. I think it was for the first time last year. I can't recall now. I don't think we'd traditionally had one before, the one we did last year, or certainly the year before at the earliest. But the full intention was to actually look at the lessons learned from the Serco contract. And I know that that has, if you like, coloured our work very largely in this year, and we have other issues to look at, particularly on the devolution agenda, although events may overtake us on that. But as I say, I think what Councillor Jackson is trying to address here, we would normally deal with through our normal audit committee work, and I can assure him that we'll do that. I'm sure whoever chairs the audit committee in the next financial year will do just the same. So I will leave it to members to make their choice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As we have an amendment, we'll take the amendment first. All those in favour? Okay. All those against? That is lost. So the council received the audit committee report. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? No. Right. We will now move on to item 13, motions. The rules of debate are set out in the order of proceedings. I don't propose to run through them. Everybody should know what they are by now. So, motion 1 by Councillor Mark Whittington.
Chairman, there are a few good things contained within the STP, provided they are properly funded and resourced, which potentially could benefit the residents of Lincolnshire, such as the development of neighbourhood teams, improvements to preventive health care and public health, and closer working between the NHS and local and the county council in areas of adult social care and mental health. However, my proviso, will they be properly funded and resourced? The SDP refers to the fact that the financial deficit in Lincolnshire is forecast to be £182 million. The SDP proposals propose not only to eliminate that deficit, but also to move the system to a financial surplus of £130 million. That is a £312 million financial shift. The SDP also states that around about 500 jobs are likely to be lost in the local NHS, at a time when we know that the NHS locally is having problems recruiting and retaining staff. What sort of message are we sending out to anybody who wants to come and work in the health service in Lincolnshire, faced with the possibility that organisations are in a process of reducing jobs? Hence my concern about funding. I believe that such a major reconfiguration of services at a time when huge savings are being made is likely to have a serious and destabilising effect on the old NHS system in the county. But my motion also then goes on to talk about two real fundamental red line issues, which are the proposed downgrading of A&E services at Grantham Hospital and the proposal for maternity services at Boston to go over the placement of one maternity unit at Lincoln. I believe that these two proposals will have a serious and detrimental effect on the health and well-being of the residents within the catchment areas of both Boston and Grantham hospitals, and also will have a serious knock-on effect on residents who use, for instance, are within the catchment area of Lincoln County, because more and more activity will be concentrated there at Lincoln. Already, the residents of Grantham are experiencing a temporary reduction in hours at Grantham A&E, and there have been an awful lot of instances of some very harrowing stories of patients in the middle of the night having to make some very, very difficult and fraught journeys up to the A&E at Lincoln. Only a week last Monday, for instance, there were over 80 patients waiting to be seen in Lincoln A&E. The situation was so bad that they had to call round and get in consultants from other disciplines apart from accident and emergency just to deal with the backlog. And one particular case of a 15-month-old baby from Grantham who had originally been taken by its parents into Grantham and then transferred to Lincoln, that baby had to wait 12 hours in order to be seen. Mr. Chairman, that is shameful. That is absolutely shameful. And there are lots and lots of other reported similar cases. In terms of the loss of maternity services at Boston, well, Grantham mothers already have to go to either Boston, Lincoln or to the QMC in order to have their babies. And that has caused a lot of concern locally. If Boston was to lose its maternity services, then Boston mothers would be in that very, very same situation. Difficult journeys, complications that could arise on long trips up to Lincoln. It's frightening. I seriously believe that lives will actually be lost. At this point, and one of my other also concerns, which is in the motion, is there just seems to have been a general lack of any public consultation so far, and I have serious doubts whether or not there will actually be any meaningful public consultation, which is why the motion specifically calls for that. I'm going to sit down now because I want to give as much opportunity because obviously I'm very much aware that this motion relates really to Grantham and Boston, but I really want members from all over the county to kind of give their own personal sort of views of how they think the SDP is liable to have, what impact and effects it's likely to have on services within their own areas. So we get a full picture, really, as to what actually is happening. So at that point, Mr. Chairman, I will move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
At the end, if I may, as a seconder. Thank you.
You're seconding the motion and you're reserving your right to speak.
Yes, thank you.
Can we take the other motion first?
If you wish.
Councillor John Hoff. It's my intention that both these are so similar, the motions, it will be one debate with two votes at the end. Okay?
I think okay. I mean, I think this is a very serious situation for all of us, and I have a lot of sympathy for Grantham. Sorry? I mean, I think this is a very serious situation for all of us, and I have a lot of sympathy for Grantham with the problems that they're facing. But the point that I think we're trying to make in our motion is it's not just Grantham. Mark has referred to this to some extent, that it is right across the county that we are facing similar situations, not the same, but similar situations to what Grantham are facing now. What they are proposing in this document is not only to downgrade Grantham, but also to downgrade Lincoln, downgrade Boston as far as A&E services are concerned, and potentially Louth and Skegness as well, where they talk about having one site. Can you imagine the distance between Louth and Skegness? Where are they going to put it? So there are major worries right across the county that we very much think that we need to address. But can I also make clear right from the beginning that Labour is firmly opposed to what is in these proposals? I think there have been some talk that we weren't, but we are. And I made that very clear on television the other day. But accident emergency is one thing. There is also, as Mark has referred to, the maternity services at Boston Pilgrim and the centralisation at Lincoln County, where, yes, obviously safety is paramount in maternity, but nonetheless, if you centralise it in just one place, Lincolnshire, people forget that Lincolnshire is so huge and the distances are so large, and what can happen in an ambulance between, say, Stamford, although Stamford might go to Peterborough, but Stamford and Lincoln, or from Okay, from South Somercotes to Lincoln, perhaps that's better, David. But there are real issues. The other issue that we wanted to raise was the issue around the funding thing, because all the pressure on the NHS in Lincolnshire, and the reason why we've got this document, is because they are being asked to make savings, to make cuts in what they are proposed. My understanding is that they put a previous document, a previous version of this, to the Secretary of State, and he sent it back saying you've got to make another £50 million worth of cuts. Now, I think we as a community, all of us, we need to be putting pressure on our MPs in Lincolnshire and on the government to recognise that we have it's not a unique situation, but we have real issues about delivering health services across a very large county with a very sparse population. And we have to make it absolutely clear that the kind of things that they are suggesting in here are just not acceptable. That we have to have proper funding for the NHS here so that we can maintain Grantham A&E, we can maintain Lincoln A&E, we can maintain Boston A&E. And because when you look at the detail of the document, what they're actually saying in relation to A&E and all the three major hospitals is what they're expecting, the financial impact, is a reduction in non-elective spend and a reduction in dependence on scarce A&E doctors. Well, I mean, when you are faced with a crisis in your life in terms of healthcare, it's not acceptable to turn up at the A&E and be told, well, no, we can't deal with this anymore. You've got to go to wherever we're sending you. And having gone to A&E on many occasions with my family in Louth, sometimes covered in blood, as I'm sure some of you have been too, it is fantastic, the NHS, dealing with these kind of situations. And what we need to do is to ensure that they continue to do that. And it's not right for them to be saying to us, well, you know, we're just going to stop these, what we've been doing before. We need to be arguing that they should be maintained. In our motion, we are saying, in addition, that these, having said no, nonetheless, we know that they will continue to work on these ones. And this document, as I understand it, is not the final document. And it's our chance to actually try and influence what goes into a later document. So we believe that it has to be properly scrutinised, and the health scrutiny should look at the medical services, but also it's likely to have a major impact on us as a county council. Officers have had some input so far, but the emphasis on the document is that they're going to move care into the community. Who is out there delivering the care in the community? We are. We're already struggling, as the leader has said this morning, in terms of being able to finance social care. If what the NHS is suggesting is that they're going to be able to cut their budget and actually rely on the county council to pick it up in the community, we've got to look at this, because clearly it would be the burden on top of what we're already providing is just not sustainable. So that's why we're suggesting that the council should set up a cross-party working group to look at the financial and other impacts on county council services, because that's an essential part of scrutinising these kind of proposals from any NHS organisation or any other organisation. And therefore, I'm very pleased to move our resolution and to support Mark's as well.
Councillor Sarah Dodds.
Chairman, I'd like to start just by all of us just thinking and pondering and really celebrating what the NHS achieves and the staff who work within it, because there will not be a person within this room who doesn't have a story to tell about what the NHS has meant to them, meant to their family. And I think it would be remiss of us to start this debate without recognising our indebtedness to them. And I'd just like to start off with that point. I completely agree with Councillor Hoff that we are not just talking about Lincoln, Grantham, Boston. We are talking about the whole county here, and it's really important that each of us are engaged in this on behalf of our communities. I'm pleased to see that Councillor Whittington has also recognised that this fundamentally is an issue about funding and making sure that our NHS is adequately and well funded. However, that is difficult at times for us to reconcile on this side of the council chamber. If we actually look at the STP document, we have these kind of you said, we did parts of it. We said over here, don't cut public health. It's needed to help people become self-responsible for their care and for prevention. But you and your party cut it anyway. And so it's very, very difficult to reconcile the two. We appreciate the concern now, but it feels a little bit too late when we've been arguing this case for so long. I think it's also very difficult for the public to swallow that message as well. We are here, we're at this point now because of austerity. And as I said again, Mark has recognised that this is fundamentally a resource issue. We cannot make, when we must not make, massive structural change to an organisation such as the NHS or any organisation when basically it comes down to finance being the bottom line. Our communities deserve a much better NHS than changes that will come from changes that are basically made from a financial point of view and the drive the push to drive efficiencies. We cannot cut beds in our hospitals without a massive injection of resources into care in the community and social care. And yet that is what we seem to be being asked to deliver and to do. Because even with the increased precepts, we know that with our increasing demographics, that will just potentially put us at a standstill position and not give us the additionality that we need. There is such a synergy between our services and our communities, and I want to really, really ask that we as a council engage proactively and constructively in fighting these cuts and recognising that austerity will always cost more, not just in human terms and in moral terms, but also in financial ones. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Christine Talbot.
Thank you,
Well,
Chairman.
I've allowed you to jump the queue.
I'm not jumping the queue. I will go in the queue. I need to make a declaration. I am currently a patient of University Hospitals Nottingham Queen's Medical Centre, and I am now under the care of a certain nursing team at ULHT.
Councillor Ray Wotton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, I support both motions. I've always been a supporter of the National Health Service, and I'm also a supporter of the Fighting for Grantham Hospital campaign and SOS Grantham, Save Grantham Hospital. Mr Chairman, 4 years ago, a statement was issued by NHS Lincolnshire and Southlink CCG in response to a headline in the Grantham Journal which stated A&E in crisis. The press statement said, there are no plans to downgrade A&E at Grantham Hospital, and any comments of this nature are completely untrue, without any substance and very damaging. It also says there are plans to enhance A&E. Mr Chairman, how times have changed. Now in the STP, they want to downgrade Grantham A&E to an urgent care centre. So much for the comments of the Trust that Grantham has a bright future. Mr Chairman, Councillor Whitson has already mentioned this, but please take a look around this chamber and imagine now that you need to go to Lincoln A&E. 11 days ago, there would have been 80 people ahead of you in the queue waiting to be seen at A&E. And this is not me speaking, this is Dr Kapadia informing us at the last board meeting. Lives are being put at risk due to overnight closure at Grantham A&E, but Mr Chairman, it gets worse. 1 week ago, patients in Lincoln were seen within 4 hours dropped to 39.9%. Disgraceful. Lincoln are having trouble filling shifts, even with doctors stolen from Grantham. In Grantham, 30,000 residents were seen at Grantham A&E last year. Of those, 5,000 were admitted, and as you know, I was one of those. 4,500 arrived by ambulance. Last week at Grantham, A maximum of 120 patients were seen in a day, but unlike Lincoln, they coped. We need an A&E that's open 24/7, not a second-rate minor injuries unit. Mr Chairman, already in Lincoln, ambulances are waiting longer than normal to discharge their patients. EMAS reported to last week's CCG board that they are not achieving national standards and that the closure of Grantham A&E contributed to this. It is recorded that other hospital A&E closures alternatives are on average 8 to 9 miles away, yet people from Grantham are expected to travel 30 miles to another hospital for treatment and have to pay taxes to get back home. This again to me is unacceptable. The ULHT is keen to get residents to see their GP, yet I have received complaints that it takes 4 weeks to get a GP appointment. Mr Chairman, I reject the STP for Lincolnshire and ask you and my colleagues in the Council to support Councillor Whittington's and Councillor Hoff's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Linda Wotton.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr Chairman, so now we have it, the STP, and it relays to us what we already feared. Let's face it, it's all about doing things differently to save money. I'm particularly concerned about the plan to turn our A&E service in Grantham into an urgent care centre. A&E, or urgent care. They say it's just a name above the door, but it's what's beyond those doors, i.e., what acute medical service will it retain? Answers, please, from whoever is overseeing the downgrade. We lost our maternity unit in Grantham, which was midwife-led because of scaremongering and women being advised to go to Lincoln, where consultants and paediatric care would be available. But now we are going back to the future with community hubs and the promotion of home births and one main maternity hospital in Lincoln. Call the Midwife is one of my favourite TV programmes. Perhaps there will be a budget for a fleet of bicycles. I've selected parts of the STP to read, and I thought I was reading a fairy story on page 103 regarding travel to either Grantham, Lincoln or Boston hospitals. 20 minutes in a car or up to 77 minutes by other modes of transport. It takes me at least 50 minutes to get here from Grantham by car, and the travel plan is unrealistic. From Grantham, the minimum travel distance to an alternative A&E is 27 miles. We need to retain our A&E service in Grantham and also Boston's maternity unit, and to kick the STP into touch. Therefore, Mr Chairman, I support both of these motions. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Victoria Rayling.
Thank you, Chairman. I also support both these motions. The residents want Grantham Accident and Emergency open because the problems are also increased in the area because of a lack of GPs. The result is that more strain is put on other A&D departments, and I'm bringing up the example of Boston Pilgrim Hospital, where it's common to see 40 or 50 people waiting to be seen. The staff are second to none, and everyone is dealt with well, but waiting times are unacceptable. Whilst I support this motion, I would like to see that there is a determined recruitment drive for GPs in the area and more doctors for the A&E in Grantham, which would alleviate some of the problems. But I'm also concerned about the changes planned for the maternity unit in Boston. As in a rural area with non-dual roads, distances are an issue, especially in emergencies, and the extra distance could result in tragedy. I am horrified at the latest moves to centralise NH services in this way.
Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I will also be pleased to support both of these motions. The government takes our income tax just the same, but less and less has been coming down to support our local services. Hence, we see so many reductions in the council services and indeed now also in NHS services. How can the NHS make savings of, I thought it was 130 million, but we heard today it was even much greater than that. How is that possible without putting lives at risk? If we centralise the services, we put greater risk, greater difficulties for the ambulances, which are already seriously stretched. It also puts pressure on other hospitals, which are, again, already struggling. Added to this, we've got the cuts that we've seen in adult care, and also the threshold being raised, which means that you've got to be sicker before you actually get support, or in a worse state, I should say, before you get support. So we've got more people with greater difficulties living out in the community who may need emergency care. We've also got, as has been mentioned, a lack of GPs, and we heard just recently that 4 GP practices were closed, leaving 11,000 people to find a new GP, if they can. Further than that, if we talk about let's make sure that preventative measures help, let's try that then. Well, public health is also due for a reduction of some 80 million nationally. So what we're seeing is a cumulative effect on services that are already seriously stretched. And the response that we get from the government at this last settlement is inadequate. We cannot keep propping them up. When I was on the Primary Care Trust, the decision-making body, some time ago, that was when Grantham A&E was last threatened. And we fought and we saved it. That needs doing again now. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Brewis.
Thank you, Chairman. May I point out, I also support both motions, but we face an appalling problem in this country at the moment. We have a national crisis from the Lizard to Dunnet Head and from Arden and Merkin Point to Lowestoft. I'm sure Anara and Bevan's remains are twitching. It isn't a national health service we now, it's a national sickness service, and we can't go on as we are on the present resources. We have profound fundamental problems. We have people coming on with a plethora and a huge portfolio of long-term life problems, which because they were ill when they were young, and we haven't yet addressed the fact that we've got to put far more resources into health. We put a tinier proportion of our resources into health in this country than almost any other country in what I will call the developed world. The government have announced they're going to fund 1,000 new doctors a year, but it takes 10 years. They ain't coming off of the production line in April. They won't come off the production line till 2026, all being well. There are 50,000 vacancies, if we're honest, at the moment in the health and care industry, and no overall plan as to how we're going to fill those. Do we say to infants, it's time you all practiced being doctors and nurses when they're really young? I don't know, but we can't go on as we are at the moment. This STP is an attempt at a very temporary sticking plaster which isn't going to work. You wait 6 and 7 years down the line. If we want what people want is Scandinavian care and health, we've got to pay for it. We need to have a government who has the courage to say, we are going to put 5 pence ring fence on income tax and ring fence it for health and care. 15 years shift we need from sickness reaction to public health and health prevention. My advice to people is, drink water, breathe deeply, stay healthy, and eat plenty of uncrystallised ginger. Don't try and get it today in Lincoln. I've got so many people interested in my end. I've cleaned Lakeland out of it today, I can promise you. My advice, as I said, is stay healthy, reject this idea we've now got because it isn't even a sticking plaster. And my definition of STP at the moment, as it's proposed, is a sickness toleration policy.
Councillor Lewis Strange.
I thank you, Chairman. Fully support Councillor Whittington on this, re Grantham and Boston. However, we should not, as he's invited us other councillors to say about other areas, and we should not forget areas such as Gainsborough. Now, actually, I'm a West Lindsey councillor, you probably know, and I do live 30 miles from Gainsborough, but I am aware at Gainsborough, the John Copeland A&E section is being closed at night now, and indeed at the weekends, and if you're caught with serious medical problems, you have to go to Lincoln or Scunthorpe. People in my area, well, we go to Hull, Grimsby or Scunthorpe, so we're probably a bit out of it, but I still care deeply about people in Gainsborough. We have to look to the future, don't we, of where we're going to cut back on costs in the national health which are unnecessary. The amount of money spent on locums across Lincolnshire as a whole is prohibitive. Why? Because we don't have the staff, whether nurses, doctors or consultants. I think we have to get our MPs together. I know this is long-term, Councillor Brewis, but I don't see, at least this might be an idea. I know people have talked about it, but we have to make a serious attempt at getting a medical school started here in Lincoln at the university. Once you've got that going, you can say, well, if you're going to be at our medical school, we would hope we would be able to put a proviso on that you would work in our county for 2 or 3 years. We would then, I know, it probably goes against this rule of employment and that rule of employment, but, you know, it's give and take. So I strongly support Councillor Whittington, and indeed much of what the Labour motion has said in this. We've got to do something, and we've got to do it quickly, and the government has to loosen the purse strings. Thank you.
Councillor Colin Davey.
Thanks, Chairman. I just want to dwell, I think, a little bit about the coast and pick up on what Councillor Hoff said earlier. Skegness and Lath, potentially in this document, it says re-provision of community facility at Lath and Skegness with a single site. Skegness in the summertime, upwards of 200,000 visitors on any weekend. Lath, a growing town, most of the housing growth in East Lindsey going into that place. This STP is just simply not fit for purpose. There is some good stuff in it, so I don't want to lose sight of some of the things that are mentioned. But this document as it stands is simply not going to work for Lincolnshire. Councillor Brewis has already mentioned the long-term problems we face in this country around health and care. And this ball is kicked constantly further down the road into the long grass and no one deals with it. In 10 years' time, if we have not got a solution in the next 3 years to health and care in this country, we'll be so far away from a solution, it will never happen, because no government will bite the bullet on actually imposing the changes to tax and national insurance necessary to deliver the services that people need. So I am going to support both the motions today, very clearly. And I'm going to make a little suggestion. It probably needs a public campaign to get our MPs across the nation focused on this issue. They voted a pay rise yesterday, I think, for 1.4%. Maybe all MPs should forgo all pay rises until they've got a final solution for our country for health and care.
Councillor Michael Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking in and supporting both of these motions, or all of the motions and proposals therein. There are some positive things in this STP, but such as the development of the neighbourhood teams and treating people in the community and closer to home. If you can do that, it's obviously got to be a good thing. It take the loads off the hospitals. But can this be achieved? Can it be achieved, you know, even in 5 years? I doubt it, because, you know, the infrastructure and everything to do it, and the people are just not there. So, you know, really, To me, I think that's pie in the sky at the moment without a lot more money. And going on, the proposals for the downgrading of the A&E services in Grantham are totally wrong. It just shouldn't have happened, and it certainly shouldn't be closed overnight at the moment. And so that cannot be supported. Moving on to Boston, I'm a Boston member. The ceasing of the consultancy-led maternity services in Boston is also totally unacceptable, because a midwife-led unit is just no substitute. It's no substitute at all. What happens to a mother and baby that presents themselves in an emergency? Vital time will be lost, and the lives will be threatened. Travelling to Lincoln for community service, for consultant services, will also be a problem for many in a low-wage area with limited public transport, and many who don't have a car. I mean, there's a lot of people in the Boston area just don't have access to a car. So it would be a real problem. In a presentation at Boston Borough Council last week, we had a presentation from the East Lincolnshire Commissioning Group. Members were assured that a consultancy-led service at Pilgrim Hospital is still a serious option in the proposals. And I wish I could believe that, because, you know, certainly from what I've seen and heard from this, the thrust of how this has been presented, that all of this has been presented, certainly points to a lesser service than present in Boston. And I think that's the way it's going if we don't do something about it. I can see the sense in urgent care centres in front of A&E, which is what's proposed in Boston and Lincoln. But I do wonder, looking at how things have gone in Grantham, how long it will be before that is all we have in Boston. Because we'll end up with the urgent care centre, and, you know, the accident and the A&E will be gone afterwards. So the public consultation is most important. We need to have meaningful public consultation. We need to listen and act upon what the public say, and also to what our members, Health Scrutiny and our cross-party working group say. And I'm supporting the motions. Thank you.
I'm aware of the time, but I'm also aware that there is 17 people on the list. So if you are on the list and something has already been said, what you want to say, please press the short button and remove yourself from the list. I don't wish to stifle debate, but I assume you don't want to be here for supper either. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Sorry, aren't I meant to be at the end, so I'm seconding the...
Right, if you wish to go to the end, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll perhaps pick up then where Councillor Brooks left off. I do acknowledge the issues A&E at Grantham, but I want to concentrate on Boston as well. And I shan't be obviously in favour of the STP. I shall be supporting both the motions. The one thing about Boston is that, of course, it is, unfortunately for people in Skegness, often the stopping off place for them. So we are serving a wider community than just Boston. But supposedly Boston is the most isolated town of its size in England. And when the MPs, or whoever come from Westminster to visit, this time I would like them not only to drive from Skegness to Boston, but then drive from Boston to Lincoln, maybe in bad weather or in bad conditions. Right, emergency obstetrics then, of childbirth, is a matter of life and death, maybe, but also the potential of brain damage with a young child. And those two issues are things that we cannot accept. I met the little girl by absolute chance who was one referred to in some of the lobbying. I had no idea at the time. And there she is, a healthy, bouncing, nearly 2-year-old, because she could get that emergency treatment in Boston at birth when she was very, very premature. Our National Health Service is second to none, or it should be second to none. And anyone who's had emergency treatment under it knows that. Sometimes some of us have been not able to have emergency treatment in places where there isn't an NHS. And, well, I shall never know the consequences of what I didn't have initially 60 years ago, but that's history. Right. There's more than just recruitment. Recruitment of GPs is serious in Boston, or the inability to recruit GPs. But professionals are attracted to Boston because of its hospital and because of its grammar schools. And that's something that does bring professionals. So top jobs then, that means a better education, a better economy, better employment prospects for the population at large. And without that recruitment possibility, then businesses relocate or don't come in the first place. It's a downward spiral. No jobs, no businesses, no jobs, lower economy in the area. Yes, I'm still in time, and you interrupted so many people. I'm going to keep on for a moment. Because if the economy goes down, then deprivation increases, health gets worse. So it's a vicious circle or a downward spiral. It's what's not included in the report that is also worrying. Oh, we'll take vascular treatment, surgery away from you in Boston, but we'll give you hip replacements instead. That's elective surgery. That's not the same. Thank you, Chairman, for your tolerance.
Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the imperative thing at this moment of time is to give support to the University of Lincoln in its bid for a medical school. The Vice-Chancellor is already pursuing this actively, and we as an authority need to lend every bit of support possible to that venture. If we can train them within Lincolnshire, we will probably retain more in Lincolnshire. So I urge that we do that very thing, give that Vice-Chancellor and the university the means to bring this to fruition. Of course, one of the other things we ought to look at is bringing back SEN and SRN. Too many young, able people could follow a vocational route into the nursing profession and then go further and probably get degree status. We too readily rule out many, many good people. Chairman, I had the privilege, albeit from an engineering point of view, to go into a number of the hospitals. You know, one of the first things we faced, of course, was contractors. Contractors were always better than us, even when they fouled the job up. We always put it right for them. That's why they were good. Of course, when we look at things in Lincolnshire, let's highlight what's happened in the past. 3 names: St John's, Harmston, Roresby. Those 3 hospitals did what? They looked at mental health issues. Although the fabric and the buildings were not fit for modern purpose, they served a very, very useful purpose. What did we get? Care in the community. What care? What community? Simply, people were thrown out on the streets, vulnerable to anybody out there, and just look at the reports we get on a regular basis in the media of people that die, often unfortunately by their own hands, because of the trauma of mental illness. Mental illness doesn't get always the sympathy it's entitled to. The other thing I'd contrast is public transport. I had to have day surgery at Nottingham, get over to Nottingham dead easy, a bus every 10 minutes to QMC, and now we've got the tram. Contrast that with going to Lincoln County, an area that is best served by public transport in Lincolnshire. Try getting from Lincoln County to the southern edge of this city in a late evening. No chance. But you can do it in Nottingham. What we need to achieve for the people of Lincolnshire is the benefit of what they put in. And the one thing we could do, and this government could do, is pursue vigorously those that move their resources outside of the UK to avoid tax. Get them, bring the money back in, and we can restore a great deal of benefit to our health service.
Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try not to repeat what's been said, but just to say that I fully support both motions. Firstly, the second motion, because we're in some sort of peculiar pre-consultation event at the moment with the NHS, so there is an opportunity for us to have input to try and remove some of the more unpleasant and unacceptable proposals that are within the STP document, particularly regarding Grantham and Boston. And I think the other issue, although, as I've said before, there are some good things, quite a lot of good things in that document, so I'm not one who says just chuck the whole thing in the bin. I think we do have a responsibility to try and adjust the document so it is something which is right for a rural county like Lincolnshire. I mean, the other issues which probably haven't been mentioned so far are reliance on EMAS, which we all know is East Midlands Ambulance Service, which we know is highly questionable whether they could actually step up to the plate and deliver what is required in getting people to the right place for the right treatment. And obviously the massive question mark about the 250 million, 200 million, whatever figure it is, for all this capital work, for example, to provide these urgent care centres in front of the A&Es at Grantham and Boston and Lincoln, sorry. So again, there's no things there. And again, is this ever deliverable as well? Because I don't think we can pretend that everything is wonderful and we just went back to where it stayed as we are, or indeed if more money was put in, and I think in the end more money will have to be put in, the system is very complicated and we are actually reliant on GPs and independently people who aren't employed to deliver a lot of this. And it is, if we can get to the situation where part of the plan is, of course, that GP surgeries and other facilities will be open so that people won't have to go to an A&E when they have an issue at night, when they have an issue over the weekend. They can go to a GP surgery which is open most of the week, all of the week, 7 days a week, or something similar. That does actually need a total re-engineering as how services are delivered bottom up. In other words, looking at the patient's needs, looking at the public's needs, so that if you've got something not a little bit wrong with you, you don't really sure what it is, whether your child's got meningitis, whether you're having a heart attack, you can go fairly conveniently and quickly, locally, to get in front of a professional who will then look at you and either direct you to the right place you should be, or indeed give you reassurance, even if the reassurance is there's nothing wrong with you. So things do need to change. So I think the challenge for all of us is not to say chuck the whole thing in the bin. The challenge is for us to actually try and get this document something like it should be, and hope that when the consultation starts, that we have got something which is far more acceptable to the people of Lincolnshire.
Mrs. Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I also support both motions. I just wanted to say that I think, as has been said, the STP has some things in it that's okay, but I do think with regards to the Grantham A&E, maternity services in Boston, I mean, they are really huge issues, I think, for residents. I don't believe that the STP is actually looking at health and social care working well together in a big rural county. I think, you know, we're one of the largest rural counties, so therefore our services cannot be developed as others would be in smaller areas. And I think we do need to look at, as Martin says, we need to look at the patient or the resident and how do we build up services around that person. I think actually at the moment, and I understand why, this is about saving money. However, I think the health services in Lincolnshire, I think the budget's over £1 billion. But I know also that obviously the hospital acute trust is a big drain on services for the CCGs. But I do think that we do need something better in Lincolnshire. I don't think what we've got works. We hear so many times of people, you know, who really do struggle to get to hospital. Collins mentioned the East Coast. It takes an age to get from the East Coast to Lincoln, and it's not much quicker to go to Boston. So, you know, to take services away from Boston, to me, seems nonsensical, because I just think people are going to struggle and suffer more having to go to one main hospital. So I do think, as we start the consultation, I think we do need to look at what's right for a rural county. I think it's in Northumbria. They've got a very good model up there where they do have a central hospital, but they do have like spokes going out where there's places where people move straight out of that hospital and go and recuperate in smaller hospitals. And maybe that's very successful up there, and I think we do need to try and influence that we go and look at places that are working. Why do we need to actually redevelop something that's new? We need to go and try and look to see what's working around the country so that we can actually help to develop that here, because we are all residents of this county. We all sometime might need the health service, so we all do want it to work very selfishly for ourselves, but we do need to have it working for our residents as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the STP was presented to me, I was impressed by its size and ambition, and as we've already heard, there's a lot in there that's quite useful, but I was underwhelmed by its realism. I now discover that virtually the same document encompassing the same principles is virtually the same document across the country. In Staffordshire, 1 is empowered, 2 with your own responsibility for your health. And whilst it's a similar document, Staffordshire, of course, is much smaller. It's got better roads infrastructure. It's getting to a maternity hospital in Staffordshire is an entirely different proposition than getting to one from Skegness, say, in Lincolnshire. The rationalisation of the health service reminds me of the academisation, of what academisation has done to the education service, or what has happened to the police service indeed. And we all know what damage has been done and suffered by our ambulance services. And it always worries me when governments start to create these diktats from above and expecting us all to conform to these huge plans. I despair. All we want is a health service fit for purpose. This STP has some good ideas, but it's not yet hit the mark by a mile. In West Lindsey area, residents are struggling, and frankly, life is being put in danger because present policies, and there's precious little realism here in this STP that gives me faith that things are going to get better. Our ambulance services are woefully inadequate, and lives are constantly put at risk. I have stories of individuals waiting for up to 7 hours for attention in my area. We read in the Daily News that lives have sadly been lost. There, but for the grace of God, goes anyone in this room. If you want an appointment at the doctor's surgery in Gainsborough, it can take up to 3 weeks. You don't need a watch, but a calendar. One of the surgeries has already had to close its appointments list before Christmas and will not open it again until January. Patients are advised to ring the surgery every morning at 8 a.m. to see if cancellations have been made. Otherwise, in an emergency, you're advised to go and wait to see if a gap appears. On the top of this, we have a doctor's surgery that's just closed. It's presently being run by a paramedic. It has 3,000 patients, and they've been asked to re-register with the other 2 surgeries. Unfortunately, the other 2 surgeries are already full and can't take these extra people, and the authorities will not fund the change until the doctors take them, hence catch-22. The local hospital in Gainsborough, John Copeland, as has already been said by Lewis, has lost several services, including Saturday morning drop-in surgery, where a doctor was on call. This is now gone. Patients now go to A&E in Lincoln, hence the big problem that we have with A&E in Lincoln. There is very little left of the hospital in Gainsborough. Instead of building up in readiness to be able to respond to the massive growth agenda in Gainsborough, it's being dismantled by stealth. In a bid to pay back the incredible deficit to ULHT, has developed to reduce costs for the future. This STP has been created, and this crazy circus is doing the rounds across the nation. I'll support I support this motion, but I do reject this STP. And it will take into account a unique nature of our county. It must do that before I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll start off by declaring an interest because I work for EMAS once I'm activated as a first responder. NHS, so much pride in the NHS. I've been in 3 hospitals, had 5 tumours removed in 4 different operations. I would not be here without the NHS. So first of all, the NHS is a gem in this country's crown, if you like, and we need to work together and support the NHS the best we all can. And from what I said this morning, I'm going to be made to eat my words, because these people over here are going to support these people over there, and those people over there are going to support those people over there on this one, and us in the middle are going to support everyone. So, I'd like to quote Monty Python, a little bit wrong maybe, but in the 70s they did a sketch where they took the mickey out of Blue Peter. And the sketch went something like, how to cure the world's illnesses. First of all, you go to school and you study hard and you get your exams, then you go to university and then you jolly well become a doctor and then you jolly well find a cure for all the world's illness. End of story. That is what this vision is. It's so simplistic in some ways, but so complicated in others and doesn't make sense. There are some very good points in the vision, and you can't argue with some of the points in the vision, but it's the practicality of the vision, whether it will work, how long it will take to do. We should always remember that on every side of a coin there are 2 sides of each coin. Every time you adjust something on one side, it affects the other side. We've heard from Councillor Colin Davey, the East Coast. We have suffered for years now having to travel long distances for hospitals. We have suffered for years waiting for appointments at doctors of 3 or more weeks. I had to wait 3 weeks for a doctor's appointment, then another 5 weeks for a foot specialist after that. And now I've got to wait 8 weeks for Boston Hospital to make me an insert for my shoe. You know, so these are the problems we're up against. I would like also to say there is a proper consultation on this starting in May 17. And in the meantime, we're in this sort of pseudo-consultation as referred to, I think, by Councillor Hill. So we can input on this, but the main consultation will be in May. The problem with that is, surely in May, it's all going to be done and dusted. This is the problem with consultations. We have people not trusting consultations anymore. So I'm a bit worried about that. And lastly, some people on the East Coast have asked me, why are you supporting Grantham Hospital? Well, simply because we're all in it together, as some famous MP once said, who became Prime Minister of this country. We're all in it together. We should not be parochial. One day, Grantham people may be called upon to support us over at Boston or Louth or Skegness. So that's why I'm supporting the people of Grantham. Thank you, and I'll support both motions.
Councillor Mrs Christine Talbot.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm supporting both the motions, and I'll briefly touch on the Grantham situation. I think most people know that we did make the referral yesterday to the Secretary of State because we weren't reassured that A&E at Grantham would reopen in February. And in fact, I think the words I used were, in fact, the committee concluded that although indicated as temporary, the closure is in effect permanent. So we'll wait to see what the Secretary of State has to say when he responds. Hopefully he will, but no doubt it will be a civil servant. The point I'd like to touch on is the comments made about the capital investment in the STP. And somewhere in the 121 pages on page 25 to page 28 gives you a brief resume. But we all know that the financial implications are scattered throughout the whole document. But I have a further piece of information which may be of interest to members today. I am in receipt of yesterday's board paper that went to NHS England. The title of the board paper was Sustainability and Transformation Plans, and it was an update to the board on what the STPs were about. But the interesting fact, and I'm happy to let members have a copy of this, is the 2017-18, 18-19 contracting round. And it reads, and I quote, "Together with NHS Improvement, NHS England will be conducting a review of the STP capital requests. Capital is very tight over the next few years. STP requests exceed what is available, and we all know our request is somewhere in the region of £205 million. This review will identify strategic schemes that are essential for unlocking local improvements and efficiencies. In order to support strategic schemes, we will need to understand the benefit to patients, including," Rosie's going to love this bit, "return on the investment, when they will pay back, and expected clinical benefits." And you're not going to believe this next sentence, because I actually am horrified. "We will also want to focus on those that are shovel ready," whatever that means. I've no idea. But can I reassure members today that there is a paper going to Health Scrutiny on Wednesday, which will lay the foundations for the members of that committee in order to scrutinise the STP. And at that meeting in the work programme, there will be a suggestion that we have an extraordinary meeting in January of Health Scrutiny Committee, where we will start to scrutinise the STP in more depth. And I'd like to leave it there without ruining. And I know you're winding me up. You're always winding me up. You're always winding me up, darling. I'm calling you darling, Chairman.
Councillor Chris Payne.
Thank you, darling. Oh, sorry, I mean Chairman. After all, fellow councillors, we've got to remember we are a large, underfunded rural county with crumbling roads, a mobile network worse than Albania, apparently, I have to say this week. And I fully support both motions wholeheartedly. And it goes past the hospitals, it goes to the doctors across the East Coast where we can't get appointments. Skegness is 4 weeks appointment list. If you actually wait outside about 7:30 in the morning, you might be lucky. The phone lines open 8 o'clock, and by 8:30, all appointments for the day are gone. So I'm sorry, something is fundamentally wrong. And that was before Wainfleet closed and dumped another 2,000 patients on Skegness. So we have got major issues. The STP in its current form is not fit for purpose. That's quite clear, and I think supported by all members of the House. Yes, there are some points in there that are worthy of consideration going forward with, but unfortunately there's far too many. And it is an issue that we've got a very rural area, and the demographics of the ageing population, especially on the East Coast, is a ticking time bomb. And I think if we actually endorse the SDP as it stands, it will cost lives, and that has to be addressed. And I think it's about time the government look at health funding and lots of other things in Lincolnshire and actually address the money we need to give us proper cover. We seem to be very willing to give travellers from around the world unlimited access to NHS, but the very people of England who've actually paid into the system are being neglected and turned away on a daily basis, and that cannot be right. So I do support everything that's been said before, and hopefully we can move forward with this and address the situation and give the people of Lincolnshire health services worth actually being here for and deserve. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Judy Renshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to be brief. At last, we've woken up and realised what's going on. The last time that the British public reacted to a government policy as massively as this was the poll tax. And I can't even remember what year it was, so that's how long ago it is. Our children and our grandchildren are so busy trying to make ends meet, they have lost the will to protest, so they rely on us in the council chamber to galvanise people to protest. If we could get as much enthusiasm for protesting in our constituents and our residents that live in the areas we represent, then we might have a chance of making government realise what an enormous problem we've got in Lincolnshire. How you can have the same document for Lincolnshire as you can London, and Stafford, I think, was one area that was mentioned. They're just nowhere near the same. We've got to have individual plans. We've got a consultation which apparently starts in May, but we need to make sure that that consultation is fit for purpose, because Lincolnshire, as someone's already suggested, we have a bad track record for doing good consultation. We need to make sure that that consultation is up to speed. One that I can mention recently was the medicines management consultation, which I still have in my book of words, was supposed to be county-wide. It was actually virtually non-existent. I won't say any more, thank you.
Councillor Rosie Kirk.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, but I think it's very important that we stay and discuss this. First of all, I'd like to commend the dedication of the NHS staff, who work hard under challenging circumstances, and increasingly so. The National Health Service has transformed the health of a nation. It's what the British people are most proud of, free at the point of use, brought in 1948 by a Labour government to reduce inequalities. And that's the point that I wanted to make. It's about reducing inequalities. And I feel that the SDP will actually increase inequality within Lincolnshire. And I think that it will take us backwards. I think that the Lincolnshire people deserve more, not less. And we tend to get forgotten in this county at times. And I don't think that's right. But we've got to this point, and we have to look at where we've got to. I mean, I think we can all agree that change is inevitable with increasing older generation with complex needs. But my fear is that change has been driven by the necessity to save. And this is what I'm worried about. It's the deficits in the NHS. When we make these decisions, they should be for the right reasons for change, to improve things, for investment, not because there's deficits. But there's a backstory to this, isn't there? There always is. The important trend is the decline of healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP from 2010 onwards. It means a smaller share of nation's wealth is being devoted to healthcare spending. To put it simply, the economy is growing by 2%, spending on health is 1%, lower than growth in GDP. Spending may have increased, as Martin said earlier, on the NHS, but not real, that spending is actually flat. Real spending on UK healthcare grew by 0.84% per year, the lowest spending since Second World War. There's been 200 million cuts to public health. That's a 6.2% cut, total reduction of 800 million over 4 years. Public health, mental health, the BMA reveals at 22 billion. This all is driven, this all makes the case for savings rather than realistic change. And that's why we shouldn't go ahead with this. Thank you.
Councillor Robin Renshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. This situation affects everybody in Lincolnshire. My division is losing a GP practice, and the current one is difficult because, as you know, I live in an area which a lot of residents live on the flat, where they have to walk uphill, and when you're old and you haven't got a car, it's relying on neighbours and that sort of thing to get you to the GP practice. What we're facing in Lincoln is a primary care crisis. It's the tip of the iceberg. It's the start of the rot. We're not going to accept this. And from what I've heard today, we're certainly not going to accept this. Our amendment seeks to strengthen Councillor Whittington's motion and place the blame in what is fundamental issue, funding. Cuts and more cuts is the agenda. Lincolnshire is seen as expendable. We need to tell the government and our MPs enough is enough. Thank you.
Councillor Robert Parker.
Some of the stuff in this document actually isn't about medicine, it's about management speak. Can I just read out a couple of things? This plan spells out our overarching vision with a step change in how we deliver the care model. Yeah, okay. This is about enabling our hospital system to downsize, becoming more resilient and sustainable, offering more choice for Lincolnshire people to have their treatment locally than at present. Tell that to people of Grantham and Boston. I'm not that convinced about the argument that this STP is good in parts, like the curate's egg. Because if we take it as a whole, if the sort of things that we want to see change, then if they were to change, then the costs that are associated with those changes will essentially mean that some of the good things that maybe we see, and that couldn't happen because it's an internally balanced financial document. So I'm not convinced that if we manage to retain all the things we want to, that will not have an impact on the things that we see as good development. But the thing about it that stands out is Lincolnshire is a rural county. That stands out more than anything else in this document. It's okay, I suppose, to using this model of business to say that we can close banks easily and people can go from a local place to Horncastle or Spilsby, wherever. And that's at a bank level. But when we're talking about healthcare services, it doesn't work like that. We have to recognise that this point of use, free at the point of use, that point of use has got to be local. I think that the question of a shortage of GPs and nurses and medical staff has to be addressed. So the general point that I'm making really is about the fact that the problems with the STP are not in the STP, it's the underlying issues that are not being addressed, like adequacy of funding, the size of the county, the question of where we get medical staff from, nursing staff, where do we get them from and how do we retain them, the absence of a teaching hospital. All of those things are needed in order to make sure that we've got an effective and efficient service. But adequacy of funding comes back to it more than anything else. And without that, in a sense, that some of the things that are aspirational and good won't happen. But I think the principle is that we're together on this, that we're saying that we do not support the STP. We look forward to all-party working, and I look to Pat and Angela, because you're the ones that are now charged under this second resolution with coming up with a cross-party group. I hope that you'll be able to get people from all parts of the county, and from our side, we look forward to being represented alongside other groups to fight for NHS services in Lincolnshire.
Councillor Mrs Sue Woolley.
Thank you, Chairman. I think probably I ought to just start by declaring personal interest in that I have a son who works in the Lincolnshire NHS system. And if you want to see a tiger mother in action, I'll see you in the car park in a moment. He and his colleagues work extremely hard, and they also have to cover 7 days a week, every week. So I think you probably know where I'm going to be coming from. Almost to the day, 12 months ago, NHS England suddenly dropped on the nation planning and guidance for the sustainability and transformation plans. At that time, not even the local government association had been contacted or were aware of it at that particular time. So these plans were coming up or coming out from a system at a central basis. NHS England decided there would be 44 STP footprints. At the time, we were having discussions about devolution. So they weren't even having that side conversation around what's happening at your local level, what would be best for you at a local level. With regard to the A&E and maternity services, if you look within the document, you will see that the evidence base is a national A&E review guidance and a national maternity review and guidance. And the point that I'm trying to get across to everyone is, fine, there is a national guidance, but actually, where does it say, but with a local flavour? Where does it say, this might be appropriate for urban areas, but it might not be appropriate for large, sparse county areas. It is a national diktat. It actually grieves me a little bit. You will see that I have a portfolio. I work with our NHS providers and commissioners, I like to think quite closely, and I know that they would be at pains to tell you that they want to be alongside, they want to know what residents want, they want to work with us, but all the time they're being pushed at from a national level. It's just not right. I would suggest we say no, no, no to NHS England. We want a Lincolnshire system. We want to look after our Lincolnshire residents, and we want a safe, high-quality service for Lincolnshire residents. It's only right and it's only fair. We are not second-class citizens. I do hope that we will all look forward to supporting both of the resolutions, but also, please, let's not look at history. Let's look at what we can do going forward, and let's make sure that we're all working together with our NHS colleagues for the good of this county.
Councillor Mrs Jones-Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. I also support both motions, but as a Lincoln County Council, I know we are seen as a city, but we do not in any way have a city-size hospital. Lincoln has more than doubled in size in the past 10 years, but the hospital hasn't. On a personal note, having seen my father stuck on a trolley in A&E for more than 11 hours, and I hope you don't mind me saying, Dad, at 81, it was a painful experience for him and didn't aid in his recovery. And bringing people from around the county is going to make Lincoln Hospital fail. Then where do we go from there? Thank you.
Councillor Danny McAnally.
Thank you, Chairman. I too support both the motions. Not necessarily. I mean, I do support Grantham. I'm nowhere near it, and I would hope, a bit like Councillor Palmer, that everyone would support Louth or somewhere like that. I mean, the one thing that concerns me is the Louth and Skegness hospitals merging, either get rid of them and merge into a new one, create a new one. I'm not entirely sure what it is. But I mean, they don't have, as far as I know, Skegness doesn't have an A&E, and neither does Louth. But we actually look to, pardon? I thought it was. It's not a full size. Yeah. But we actually looked to Grimsby, Scunthorpe, and Grimsby and Scunthorpe. Hull. If you've got heart, is Hull. Yeah, Hull with a H. But yeah, I mean, there's a real danger that you can't dismiss everything, and having specialist centres is actually a very good idea, and I've seen it used myself. And my father went to Nottingham. They took him to Grimsby, and got to Grimsby. They couldn't do anything. Air ambulance straight to Nottingham. Consultants, professors, everyone, all waiting. Now you don't get that service at your average A&E. So I support the motion, but I've also got to be careful that you don't dismiss something that could actually be good as well. So thank you.
The final one on the list is Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you very much.
That now clears the list. Councillor Mark Whittington, would you like to sum up briefly?
Thank you. Very briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to thank Councillor Charmaine Morgan for seconding my motion and for working cross-party around Grantham. I'd like to thank the campaigners up there who've come from Grantham today and also their colleagues in SOS Grantham for leading the campaign. What's really gratified me has been the sort of unanimity of support across the chamber, and great to hear people from as I said earlier on, other people's stories about the impact on their local NHS. What's impressed me has been the unity, and I think we need to take that unity forward in the committees that are contained within Councillor Hoff's motion, through the Health Scrutiny and through the through the All-Party Committee on Resources, which is why, and I should have mentioned it earlier, John, I'll be supporting your motion as well. Thank you much indeed. Thank you.
Councillor Hoff, would you now like to sum up as I was taking them in chronological order? As if you think...
I'm not sure how do you spell it? I think what's been interesting is, you know, as Mark invited people to speak about their experiences, and, you know, I was just sort of writing down how wide across the county people have referred to about the problem. So, obviously, there's the two councillors and more from Grantham, the Wootons. There's Colin from Skegness, Councillor Brooks and Austin about Boston, Councillor Shaw about Gainsborough, Councillor Palmer about Sutton-on-Sea, Mablethorpe, Councillor Payne about Skegness, and Councillor Renshaw and Smith about Lincoln. I mean, it is right across the county that we have these issues. A couple of points that have come up through it. I mean, Martin talked about the issues around EMAS and 24-hour GPs. I mean, I think clearly we need to have a proper look at that to ensure that if they are still continuing, and I know Christine has done a huge amount of work on this in the Health Committee, but they still remain a major problem. Councillor Bradwell talked about social care in Northumbria. I hope this subcommittee will have a real look at that and, if possible, maybe go up there and deal with it. Councillor Talbot talked about NHS England. I mean, that's just a huge issue, it seems to me, that if they're saying one thing and we're having to pick up the pieces, it's just a major thing. Lastly, Councillor Woolley talked about the national diktat, and Councillor Parker talked about the adequacy of funding along with Councillor Morgan. These are crucial issues that we have to address. Now, I don't have the answers, but I think, you know, we have started today on a course that who knows how far it will go. But united, if we can make it the case and argue and campaign on these issues to government and to the NHS, then we have a real chance of success. Thank you.
Again, we will take the motions in chronological order. So the first motion was Councillor Whittington's. All those in favour, please indicate. I think that's unanimous. Just to check, anybody against, anybody abstaining? It was. Councillor O'Connor, were you indicating that you were abstaining or... Oh, right. So that was unanimous. Right. Watch out for the splinters. We will now take Councillor Hoff's motion, the second motion. All those in favour, please indicate. You're not going to scratch your head again, are you, Councillor O'Connor? Right. That again looks to be, but just to check, anybody against, anybody abstaining? That was again unanimous. Right. Members are reminded to collect their post from their pigeonholes after the meeting. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas and a healthy and prosperous New Year. And with that, I will, it's not one of the longest meetings we've had, but very nearly.